always inseparable, these three ladies.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? As I said, competition builds competition, doesn't it? Pushes each and every one of these skiers to the limits, and that's why we've seen those records break constantly over the past 3 years. How good is trick skiing at the moment? Used to be kind of like everyone would come down for slalom, everyone would be there for jump, and trick sort of got a bit of a backward step. But I think over the way that the juniors are pushing through a lot of the South American influence, really pushing the tricking up there. Look how many people are lined up along the banks here on a Monday morning, just here to watch tricks.
Absolutely, and we are just moments away from our final women's tricker here at the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. Erica Lang out of the United States of America, chasing a lead of 10,180 from her compatriot Anna Hunter. How many times have these two young ladies battled out over the years? One thing, we talked about contrasting styles on toe tricks, Jared. Well, Erica Lang, her strength has always been power, intensity. We'll see a slightly different sequence from her. She comes out of the block swinging with a toe wake 5 back.
Eyes down to the water now, here we go. Erica Lang, the final women's tricker, getting herself set. Perform for us right in front. Looking, waiting. Toe wake line, toe wake 5 back, as Curtis said. Back to backs, looking nice, fast, crisp. 5 front, 360. Into the 360 reverse, wake 360 now, going to go to the line, 360. Oh, a little bit of a shake there from Erica, could mean the difference. Wake line back, going to go like wake, toe wake line, back to back, she does, stamps it. And the reverse as well, that is going to be close, Curtis. I don't know, didn't look as clean as what we saw from Anna Hunter, but
so there's two things
wow.
I think we need to look at on replay, Rob, that are going to be the difference, and they're basically both around the same trick. That toe wake line, the one we saw Daniela of a swivel fall on, first of all, was it credit? And second of all, did she lose too much time on it that she's going to push that last toe wake line back-to-back out of the 20 seconds? It was a strong start, but she seemed to get off balance midway through the sort of toe surface turns. Love that toe wake 5 back to start. And here she gets into a more conventional sequence. Lightning quick wrapping in and out of the line, making sure of it. Beautiful wrapping in and out of the line. Here we go, toe wake line O. Yep, tight. Looks okay, but of course we don't have the high definition. And she did incredibly well to finish there. I thought she was going to be in danger on that last toe wake line back-to-back of maybe missing the wake, but in the end she cleared it. So it's going to be a pretty tight call. I'm not sure, Rob. I'm leaning towards Erica Lang, but it's going to come down for all three of these girls to some very tight judgment calls.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is, isn't it? We always want to see the best competition out there, and if it comes down to a few hundred points, and the girls will know. The girls will know whether they've done their tricks correctly or not. But we certainly will wait with bated breath to see who is going to be our MOOMBA Masters Women's Trick Champion for 2025. Should know a score shortly. We are going to roll straight into the men's, though, I believe. I don't even think we're going to do a simulation pass. I think we're going to go straight in. I haven't actually heard yet, but yeah, Curtis, it's going to be a nervous wait for our young ladies. Definitely on the podium, though, is going to be Neely Ross and, of course, Anna Hunter.
Well, we penciled that one in pretty much before the event started, didn't we? Who else but these three ladies on top of the podium? It's just the order. Will it be Anna Hunter on top? Will it be Erica Lang? Too close to call. We've set up here in commentary.
Now, there's a lot of people who are on their phones trying to wait for the refresh to happen on the IWWF ED website, seeing who could be the first one to work out who is the winner.
I mean, what a season it's going to be. We are going to roll here into the men's tricks, getting confirmation that Tobias Georges of Argentina is hitting in the course, and we will let you know the score, the winner of the women's tricks, as soon as we have it. Steam coming out of the calculating computer there up on the banks. But Tobias Georges, what a talent he is, out of Argentina. Very narrowly missed out on the men's jump final. Would love to find his way here into the money in the tricks event. Starts toe 7, 20, falls, goes down. Oh, what's happened out there? You know, we had a whole bunch of upsets in the men's trick elimination round. Skiers having uncharacteristic falls. And it looks like the trend may be continuing because our first tricker, Tobias Georges, has fallen on his very first trick.
Well, good morning, Curtis. Good morning, everybody. And, well, let's hope that trend does not continue. Fantastic open women's trick event, and, of course, flowing straight into open men's tricks. And, well, words are nearly escaping me. It's kind of a tragic and surprising and an unbelievable start to the men's event. We have 8 finalists, our 8 top seeds, of course, vying for the title today. And Tobias Georges from Argentina, our first competitor, falling on his opening toe trick.
We sort of take it for granted, Rob, that these skiers, the best in the world, move through their runs and it becomes about speed, efficiency, sort of credit, performance on all the tricks. But every single one of the tricks they do on their run, Rob, incredibly difficult. Takes years of training to learn. And it does happen. You do have early falls. You do have upsets. We saw a lot of it in the elimination round. And unfortunately, we're seeing it here in the final as well. Getting a confirmed score through for Erica Lang. And Rob, it's a big one. She will be your 2025 MOOMBA Masters champion, 10,440 points. And Erica Lang back to her winning ways again here in 2025.
Yeah, great effort from Erica there. The toe line landing a little deep there, but quickly got it back together. And in those toe lines at the end there, obviously still fitting them inside the 20-second time frame. And congratulations to Erica Lang, our women's trick champion for MOOMBA Masters 2025. Well, we'll be quickly rolling through the events here this morning and deciding the toe 7. It is a high-risk opening trick, but most of the guys open with it because after those hours and hours and thousands of hours of training that you mentioned, Curtis, generally they're, well, they are very consistent on that trick, but it still is very high risk. So I'm assuming that Tobias Georges, well, I'd be pretty sure that his hand pass would be his more valuable pass. So he's fallen on his opening toe trick. He will now move through to the hand pass from the city end. And I think there'd be no way he's going to take out the event, but just wanting to post as strong a score as
go. Comes whipping up with the flips. Cases the wake a little bit there on the front flip. And twisting now. Reverse. Here, just crosses the wake there for a big ski line trick, throwing his ski and merely academic.
Yes, yeah, it is, because really a 10,000 point, but Tobias Georges, I guess, a MOOMBA Masters final that he would like to forget. Australia. Two Aussies in the final. There we go. Spectacular trick water skiing here this morning on the Yarra. Another absolutely glorious Melbourne morning. Great to be alive on this MOOMBA Monday. We'll be deciding our champions throughout the day in trick, slalom, wakeboard and jump. And then, of course, our champion of night jump for 2025. So sprinkle in amongst that the entertainment of the IWWF Water Ski Spectacular. The ski show, of course, I'm referring to. So absolute full day of entertainment here on the Yarra. So Fletcher Green will be next up. The young Aussie, and I do say young because he competed in the under-17 competition here on the Yarra on Thursday and Friday, and backing it up to make the men's final. Pretty close to a dream come true, I would think, for young Fletcher Green.
Absolutely. I think he made it through to the trick final last year as well, so he's showing he can step up at the MOOMBA Masters, starting to become quite a consistent performer for his young age. And of course, certainly has the genetics for it, Rob. His mother, former MOOMBA Masters champion, and his father was all right too, I think. So Fletch coming in now from the Swan Street Bridge end.
So he starts with a positional back, then into his flip sequence, starts with the back-to-back mode. Back-back mode, reverse, now flip with a back landing, quickly pops to the front. Flip with the back landing, reverse. Trick by trick, the front flip there just went a little bit wider than he probably liked. Sets up for the reverse, front flip, no drums at all, ski line to the back, stays in the back position. Weight 5 to the front, moves around a little bit at the end there and stands up the 20 seconds, which is the most important thing when it comes to trick water skiing. And Fletcher Green successfully completes pass number 1.
Yeah, well, the Banks the Yarra went pretty wild and loud there for Fletch. Obviously a bit of a fan favourite. I know he's got a lot of family here supporting him on. Probably not his best hand pass of the tournament, Rob. He had just a few bobbles, probably lost some time. But boy, can this kid flip. These front flips are incredible. He gets so much height, lands out on the whitewash and the flats. I wonder if he's ever tried his hand at wakeboarding, Rob. I reckon he'd be pretty good at it.
He would be pretty good. Look, just a bit of a trivial fact about, because you mentioned his dad, Ryan Green, many-time competitor at MOOMBA Masters, multiple overall Australian champion and representative. So in Australia, if you win an event, so trick, slalom, jump or overall, you're given a trophy that's it's like shaped like the Oscar, like they have in the Academy Awards, so that you win an Oscar for taking out a national title. I was talking to his mum. Apparently, Ryan Green's got 31 Oscars at his house. You wouldn't even be able, you'd need to build an extension off the back veranda just to house them. So quite an incredible fact there. 31 national titles, Ryan Green.
Yeah, well, they'll have to take out another mortgage because Fletcher and Daisy are going to start bringing home a few, you'd have to think.
We'll just put a second story on the extension that you put out the back. Okay, so Fletcher Green. His next pass will be rope on toe. 82.90 in the first round. You're probably shooting for a score of there or thereabouts. So we wish him well on this rope on toe pass.
Yeah, I mean, Fletch has a personal best up around 9,000 points, and normally you wouldn't expect that to challenge the podium, but the way men's tricks went in the prelim, I think if he goes out here, stands up 2 passes, you just sit back and wait, see what happens, Rob, because stranger things have happened throughout the course of the tournament. All you can do out there in tricks is go out and perform your 2 passes.
Yeah, well, of course, not only the course of the tournament, but the history of the MOOMBA Masters, it always throws up a curveball along the way, no matter what the event. So, of course, tricks in 2025, no exception, and Fletcher Green coming back from the city end now.
So he's got some serious chops when it comes to flipping, but he's grown up to be a fairly tall young fella, but he has great balance, good foundation as he moves through this toe pass. He has sort of missed the wake there, it seemed, from my vantage point. He needs to try and pick up the pace, wrapping in and out of the line. This is really strong here from Fletch. He's finishing well, grabs the rope, toe wake 360. Now he goes over the line, toe line, oh, toe step to the back. Big finish here from the Aussie, toe line back to back. Well, excited to watch that one on the big screen, Rob, from the boat camera angle. Seemed to me a couple times throughout that pass, he may have just got his timing a little bit wrong on the approach to the wake.
Yeah, so Curtis, you're saying you watched the front angle from the boat? Because I was watching from the side.
From the side, I was.
I was watching live.
And actually, from this angle, I may have misjudged a couple of things. It won't be the first time, won't be the last time.
Yeah, look, well, yeah, but the different angles can be deceiving. I know that I did the same thing. I saw one, this is the one we're calling into question.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he may have just missed the wake.
He did the toe line back-to-back, then it seemed like from my unofficial perspective, he was still actually out of the wake, then the momentum carried him into the wake, so that would, to us, say that he probably didn't perform the trick going over the wake, but look, we have nothing to do with judging.
Young man, 17 years of age, comes out, MOOMBA Monday, stands up 2 passes. You have to be very proud of yourself. Great effort. Should be a pretty sizable score. and you just never know how this event could unfold.
Because we have a panel of 5 judges, and they each have their own opinion of scoring and writing down what they see. So you only need a 3-2 decision to get the full points for a particular trick. So hopefully Fletcher Green will score credit on every one of his tricks, because the different angles can play a part in what you see and what actually happens. Because I know during the elimination round, I saw one trick that I saw from our vantage point from the side, and I thought it was a bit suspect, and then this is only my opinion on it, and when I saw it from that camera angle which the judges were looking at, it looked fine. So it
100%
looks can be a little bit deceiving. So
well, it's an Aussie double header, Rob, because moving right along, we go to a young man we've become accustomed to seeing on the slalom dock, but he's a handy tricker as well. Out of Queensland, he had to race a cyclone to get down here. I know a lot of flights were cancelled from that part of the country, but he got down here in time.
Well, luckily he did, because, I mean, Brisbane Airport's actually been closed for a number of days, so...
But super excited for the first, but not the last time today, to welcome Lucas Cornell into course from the Swan Street Bridge end.
I mean, Lucas has even a chance of taking out the slalom event, but that's a little bit further down the track. Let's see what he can do in the trick event. He's going to open with his rope on toe pass. Just setting himself up. Starts with a toe 5, toe wake back to back. Toe wake back to back reverse. Now the surface turns 5, wrapping in to the rope, the 360 out, 360 back in, toe wake, 360 toe line to the back, quickly pops to the front. A sneaky side slide there, toe wake back. Do we see a toe line back to back? We do, but he couldn't hang on to it. Well, pretty stretched out, but good release work from his release man, because he was in all sorts of trouble there when he landed that toe line back to back, and we don't want to see an injury for any of these guys, because on the toe pass your foot's locked into that toe piece, and Lucas Cornell falling on toe line back to back, but he was pretty deep into the 20 seconds, so still should put together a decent score. But I mean, in the finals, Curtis, you've got to max out.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're looking down at the names, the top seeds later off the dock. You've got 4 skiers, all who have in the past on many occasions tricked in excess of 12,000 points, and that means for these young guys, the lower seeds, they are going to have to pull out absolutely everything here to give themselves a sniff at the podium. Lucas Cornell, well, he's a big match player, Rob. He's got the creds. Of course, professional slalom champion. I think he broke some sort of record. It had been a decade or more. He was the youngest person to win a pro slalom event in a very long time. Late last year, he picked up his maiden professional title, and very excited to see him. Of course, I think he was 3rd at MOOMBA Slalom last year, and could be a contender to take out that slalom title out here in the trick event. And obviously he's gunning for a spot on the podium, but from my perspective, Rob, I would think for Lucas, it's quite nice that he gets to go out and have a trick ride before his slalom later on, which will be his main focus today. Just a great way to get out there on the water, possibly get rid of a few nerves, dispel some nervous energy. Yeah,
it would be. No, good to just get out and have a feel for the conditions. And all of our skiers, though, they first and foremost, they do the sport because they enjoy it. And on a day like today, when you get in the water and the sun's shining and you just get that ski under your foot and rip around, there's nothing better. So Lucas Cornell tricked 83.10 in the elimination round. The next 3 skiers, well, including Fletcher Green, they're all in the 8s. Then it's only until we get to the top 3 seeds that we get trickers that are tricked over 11. However, the dark horse there, I've got to throw in this bit of a disclaimer, is Joel Poland with 8,480 in the elimination round is capable of way, way more.
Absolutely.
So, he's got to be right in the mix here today, and absolute excitement machine. Great to see Joel Poland back competing at the MOOMBA Masters.
Well, he's got a great attitude, this young fella. I think he's starting at the University of Queensland this year, or later this year, and he's been one of the most consistent performers in the world of water skiing over the past couple seasons. An incredible talent on the slalom ski, but boy, can he flip as well. Lucas Cornell out of Queensland opens up with the mobe and the reverse. He's popping off that wake like he's got springs for legs out there, Rob. Finishes strong here with some back landings, a back to front flip. This is good here. Goes over the line, pops the handle on the ski line. But put your hands together, folks. Out of Queensland, Lucas Cornell.
Well, ski line 0, the ski line 360 just landed very, very stretched. And of course, couldn't quite take the hit and pulled out through or over the front of that trick ski. So just a bit of an issue with the ropes kind of taking over. He just probably didn't get enough line during the spin and landed and was just stretched out there on that ski line 0 for Lucas Cornell. But pretty close to 2 stand-up passes. So well done, Lucas. And now we're going to move to Bautista Ahumada from Argentina.
So another one of our juniors, Rob. Bautista got second in junior MOOMBA tricks. And I must admit, I was impressed, possibly caught a little off guard by how good Bautista is at tricking. I don't know if I haven't been paying close attention or if he's done a lot of work. Of course, he's coming out of the Argentinian summer. He's possibly picked up his personal best by quite a bit. But in the junior MOOMBA competition, he tricked from memory 10,460 points, up over 10,000 points. So this young man, he's only 16 years of age out of Argentina, but another one of those Latin American trick skiers coming up through the ranks, posting incredible scores. It's sort of becoming the home, the hotspot of world trick skiing, Latin America. And Bautista Ahumada out here in the MOOMBA Monday trick final. He's a skier who could challenge for a spot on this men's trick podium.
Well, really, Curtis, the nature of the event, it's fair to say, it doesn't. There doesn't need to be too many errors to drop it back to around that 10 to 10,500 point mark. So anything over 10,000's got to be very competitive here this morning, no doubt about that. So Bautista, he's going to open with his toe pass. Most of the guys, not all, but most guys seem to open on their opening pass with the rope on toe pass. I think that was a 7, goes into the 5, toe wake, back to back, toe wake, back, back, reverse. The quick, very quick moving is this young man, has had toe wake-o, getting a bit ahead of himself there. He's
disappointing there. I thought he'd saved it.
Keep up with him.
Yeah, I thought he'd saved it because he rocked back right on his heels and he threw himself into the toe back position. And in that toe back position, you can be very far away from the boat. So I thought he'd recovered, but unfortunately he wasn't able to push through. So the big score is unlikely to come from Bautista Ahumada. Incredible, Rob, with the rain we've had. I was sure we had to be at high tide with the water level we're at, but it looks like the tide is still coming in. So water's still rising out of Port Phillip Bay, and I wonder what that's going to mean for the slalom finals coming up, but that's a whole separate conversation.
Absolutely.
Watch this replay here, Rob.
This is the toe wake O, the toe line O, and then it's kind of, I wouldn't have thought it'd be a toe line 5 because he landed and spun to the back. So with probably a toe line O.
It's a toe line O,
and then landed. Just had a little bit too much momentum, so then he spun to the back.
Well, I think he's done it.
Sequence.
I think he's done it to try and save himself because he landed on his heels on the toe line O, but unfortunately he rushed frontwards. Yeah. So disappointing because he's got some serious talent, and he was a guy with 2 stand-up passes, could have challenged for a podium position. It's going to be pretty tough for him now, though. We'll take him down to the Melbourne City and load him up for the second of his 2 20-second passes.
There, Curtis. So if he had a continue come, and at the end of the day, when the score comes out, that would have been of great assistance. Those extra couple of toe lines.
Yes. Bautista has a beautiful toe line 540. We saw it in the junior competition. I think we saw it in qualifying round as well. So as a bit of a toe trick lover, big fan, I'm just upset I didn't get to see it again because it's one of the cleanest, most beautiful tricks.
The memories come flooding back. It looks effortless, doesn't it?
It doesn't. It's so good.
He just lands right in the middle of the wake. Perfect amount of air, the perfect rotation, and the line tension's absolutely perfect. He just lands with a slightly tight rope, and it is one of the nicest tail lines.
Batista still. Green has the lead at 7,480 points. His compatriot, Lucas Cornell, only 100 points behind him at 7,370. And of course, Tobias Georges, with that disappointing fall on trick number 1, sits all the way back at 5,000. But coming in now from the Melbourne City end, out of Argentina, he'll be in the Solemn final as well, this young man. But here in the MOOMBA Monday trick final, Batista Ahumada.
Okay, the hand pass just disappears momentarily behind the GM Marine Tower. Okay, starts his run now. Pops to the back, positional trick. Back-to-back mode to start. Back to front flip, I think that was. Front to back flip. Now comes to the front. Flip with the back landing, the reverse. Now the half jack, that's the back to front. Front flip and loses the handle. Well, unfortunately just landing, coming in a little bit deep on the back to front flip, the half jack, and unfortunately just couldn't hang on to the rope, couldn't take the tension, and disappointment in the trick finals for Batista Ahumada from Argentina.
Yeah, look, I think these young guys knew they had to chase a big score. They had to come out of the blocks swinging. They know the firepower still to come. Our final 4 seeds, as we cross the halfway point, have all tricked in excess of 12,000 points. And it's very possible the winning this event will be up over 12,000 points, Rob. I mean, I'm looking at the form of these skiers. Of course, Jake Abelson tricked over 12,000 points in Junior Moomba. The top seed, Matty Gonzalez, broke a course record yesterday, over 12,000 points. And Pato Font, of course, the reigning world champion, he's in good form too. We saw him trick over 12,000 points to win the University World Water Ski Championships in Auckland, New Zealand last week. So all 3 of them in red hot form. Joel Poland, I know he's been training hard through the South Hemisphere summer over there in Chile. So he's in good form too. So you'd expect big scores. And I don't blame these young guys for going out there, trying their hard runs, trying to post a really big score to maybe sneak their way onto the podium. Oh,
yeah, well, really, Curtis, you've got to come into this event. When you look at Joel Poland, then you throw in the top 3 seeds. If you want to take out the event, you're just looking at a 12,000 point score, and that's it, and that's what you got to chase. So looks like, I think we could read into, having heard from the judges their positional trick on his second pass, he's going to open with his rope on toe pass. The one that let him down in the first round, and let's hope that he can stand up this one in the trick final.
Yep. The most talented water skier this generation. He is so good across all 3 events. Joel Poland, so great to see him back here at the MOOMBA Masters. He comes in out of the suicide wrap, the toe wake 540 to start. What an incredible trick to kick things off. Now he moves through some toe wake back-to-backs, wrapping himself in and out of the line, straight into the toe wake go. Now he goes over the line, the toe line tricks, big twisting toe line 540, the trick we were just enthusing about, Rob, and a great stand-up pass. We'll watch on the replay, but to me, it looked like he was able to transition from a toe wrap into a toe wake go without even grabbing the rope, Rob. Was I seeing things, or did I lose him behind a flag?
Well, we'll have a look on the replay. If he did, it's something we haven't seen for maybe a couple of decades, where your dad Glenn would laugh at me if I'd pull out the name Carlos Suarez from Venezuela in the 70s, but let's just have a look. Good, efficient, very efficient construction of a run when you start with that toe wake 5, which Erica Lang does, but let's have a look here. I thought he did grab the rope, toe wake go.
He might have got a fingertip to it, Rob. Yeah. Incredible stuff. And what a way to finish. Toe line 540 into toe line back-to-back and reverse.
Yeah. From the point of view of points, the toe line, the skiers that, just talking from the toe pass, that do a toe line 5 and then the 2 toe line back-to-backs, they're really piling on points at that stage, because the toe line O as well. But
well, we'll be knocking on the door of 5,000 points from that toe pass alone, Rob.
So it lays the foundation for a score. But of course, Joel Poland, I think it's fair to say he has the most exciting hand pass, or he has the most exciting bag of hand tricks that there are. I guess it depends on what he...
Contrast the styles, I
on the
suppose,
day.
Rob, because some of our later skiers, if you think of the likes of Jake Abelson, Pat O'Fon in particular, their difference is the speed at which they're able to perform their flip sequence, and they can get an extra trick in time in their hand pass. Whereas Joel Poland, he's not quite as fast through his flips, but he does do bigger flips. He does higher difficulty flips. So it sort of depends what you're into, I suppose. But
well, some of his tricks, I'm not sure what the highest point trick is worth, but I saw like one of his new tricks that was accepted, it's 950 points for one trick.
incredible,
so
isn't
talking, it? You know, if you can do 10 tricks per run, one day 20,000 could be there.
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's a fair way off though, that one. But anyway, all right, Joel Poland about to come back in from the city end.
Yeah, and look, Joel's the sort of guy, he has the creds, he has the confidence. He'll come in fully believing that he can win all 3 events today. And he started off strong, rope on toe. He's coming in now for the always exciting handle pass, Rob.
All right, so this will be a challenge for me, I'm thinking. Okay, starts with the back-to-back mode. There's the back-to-back mode reverse. Sets up now for the half jack. And the front flip now, flip with a back landing, stays in the back position. The super mob over the rope, and ski line 5 now. Ski line 5 to the front. Well, there's 2 ski line 5, the ski line 0, ski line back to back to boot. There's the 20 seconds of Joel Poland. What an awesome stand-up hand pass. Well,
Wow, he's pumped out there. Look at him. He's hooping and hollering as he heads down the Yarra River. He knows that was big. Joel Poland, 2 stand-up passes. The run is worth up over 12,000 points. It'll come down to some judgment calls and timing, but has he just thrown down a huge score for the rest of the field to chase? He was flipping like a man possessed. There's the big one, Rob, the Super Mob 5, a flip with a ski line 540 in the
exactly.
mix. Let's break that down a second and appreciate it. He's doing a backflip. During the backflip, his body spins a full 540 degrees, and he throws his body over the line mid-flip.
That's why it's called the super mode. To describe
There's
it.
3 different tricks rolled into one.
Surely you could try a 5.
Yeah, no, I'm exaggerating slightly,
but
but
you drop the handle a fair bit. The only thing I don't like about 5s is constantly catching the edge and slapping my head on the water.
I know. Look at him out there. He is G'd up and exciting. You know, the other thing to think about here, Rob, is Joel Poland's such a confident skier. Him going out there, standing up, 2 trick passes. He is so pumped out there as the Brit. And if I was one of his competitors in the slalom or jump final, I'd be watching that and thinking, that's not how I wanted Joel's morning to start.
Now look, without a doubt, though, the young guys on the dock, they're super confident, they're super talented, and they're pretty young and probably wouldn't let anything upset them too much. But if I was Joel Poland, I'd ski into the dock and go, how'd you like that, gentlemen?
Well, he may head on down to the Crown Casino and try his luck there because he's riding a high.
But the perfect thing for Joel Poland is he got himself through the final. His bomb-out round was the eliminations, and he saved it all up for the finals, and that's when you need to produce. And so often the champions do produce, but of course, we still have 3 champions to come. One of them, Jake Abelson, the man on the water now, coming onto course in this men's trick final.
Yeah, opening up rope on toe, the world record holder, the highest scoring trick skier of all time, Jake Abelson, just 17 years of age, out of Arizona, opens up rope on toe, moving through the standard toe wake back-to-back sequence. Now he wraps in and out. Hops over the line. Big toe line 540 with a cheeky toe slide before it. Toe line back-to-back. Wake front there at the end. Well, stand up. Toe pass there, Jake Abelson. And so far, so good for our top seeds. Chasing a score from Joel Poland, up over 11,000 points, potentially as high as 12. We'll let you know as soon as we have it. So just watching the replay there, I think he lost a little bit of time midway through that toe pass, just traveling side to side a little bit. But I think he probably is aware of that. You watch the end of this run, toe line back-to-back and reverse. Sometimes I think Jake will pull out a toe line front there at the end, Rob, just sort of cruising into a toe wake front situation. So good work, should be up around 5,000 points on toe pass.
Yeah, look, my 2 comments on that is I didn't think he would have lost too much time, and really I would have thought the amount of time taken for toe wake front compared to toe line front, he may as well have done the toe line front from the point of view of time.
Well, I think it's more about, are you in the body position to throw the toe line front, and do you have to pause to get yourself forward over the ski? Who knows? He might have. Sometimes I talk things up with people making adjustments on the fly. That was probably his plan from the word go, the young man. But great toe pass, probably similar points to Joel Poland's toe pass, right around 5,000 points. And again, we talked about the contrast in styles. Joel Poland, he goes for the huge tricks, the big tricks. Jake Abelson, I mean, not that his tricks aren't also huge. We'll see front flips from him, back to front flips, mobs. But what is incredible is the speed at which he is able to do these tricks. We talked a lot about the gymnastics foundation during the ladies' tricks. Of course, his sister Lexi, Erica Lang, both top-level gymnasts. Jake Abelson is currently a level 10 gymnast. That's how good he is. I don't know how he finds the time to train for all these things, Rob.
No, I don't. Well, very time-consuming is the gymnastics training regime. But just a quick shout-out to, on a note to the our slalomers. Women's slalom will be after men's tricks. There will be a course change, but just a note that the start dock will be the regular start dock at the other side of the Swan Street Bridge end, not the dock in front of the viewing area. The Swan Street Bridge, the start dock, the other side of the Swan Street Bridge, the normal slalom start dock we use for eliminations will be the start dock for our finals.
Okay, folks, Jake Abelson coming into course for his handle pass. He is the highest scoring hand tricker of all time with that world record, and you'll see why as he moves through this lightning fast flip sequence. Wastes no time at all as he stomps out front flip after front flip. The American tips to the back. Here we go for the back to front flip. This is a huge scoring coming from Jake Abelson. Ski line 5, ski line 5 front, ski line 0, finishes with a ski line back to back, and then a wake 540. And 11 tricks in time. That's the trademark move. He's taken the mantle from Pato Fonton. And I think that could be a score with a 12 in front of it. And he's going to need it, Rob, because the score from Joel Poland is through 12,030 points. But Jake Abelson, I think we could we see an all 12,000 point podium today, Rob? It's very possible.
Very, very possible. Some big points there. Well, the 2 ski line 5s, and the other 2 ski line 360s, the front to front and the back to back. So, and of course, the flips leading in, and really fitting so many tricks in, and time to put in that tricky, but not so tricky for the guys at these level, the tricky wake 5 to the front. Or to the back, I forget actually which way it was, but it was a wake 5 just at the end to try and sneak it in at 19.99 seconds.
Yeah, well, from my vantage point, Rob, we've got one confirmed score in the lead from Joel Poland. 12,000 point effort from Jake Abelson here on the water, which means for the 2 skiers left on the dock, they know possibly to even get on the podium, the asking rate is over 12,000. Could this be the highest scoring men's trick event of all time? Well,
it could well be.
It could well be, because I do not think we've ever had a podium where every skier is over 12,000 points.
I'm going to say there's no way we have. I know I say my memory's not that great from the previous year.
I don't know.
You're
just bringing up facts about Carlos Suarez, so your long-term memory's doing all right, Rob?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just there's other things that happened yesterday I can tell you, and there's certain things that happened yesterday I can't tell you.
Okay, well, moving right along, we go to the reigning world trick champion out of Mexico, Patricio Font, who has been a real trailblazer in world trick skiing. That super fast hand run with 11 tricks in it was Pato Font that pioneered that, and he is coming into course now, looking to reclaim his perch on top of the world of trick skiing is the world champion, Pato Font.
Well, I've got to say, Curtis, even though Pato Font He's not the top seed. Wow, like he was on fire in that opening round. Toe pass, he comes into our view now, the toe wake back-to-back, a little bit spun out of that one. Well, he's a little bit unsettled, settles himself now with the toe line back-to-back now, toe line back-to-back reverse. Comes to the front, will we see a toe line 5? We do. Still a little stretched out, comes to the front. Well, a little shaky through that pass, a couple of toe 360s to finish. I think he only did one, then it was a toe back. He kind of got pulled out. That was a little bit, he was a little bit unsettled through that toe pass, Curtis.
Look, the asking rate right now is near on perfection. Pato Font, incredible presence of mind there. He almost fell a couple times. He went completely off script, and he still pulled out a toe pass that will be up over 4,000 points, potentially knocking on the door of 4,500 points, Rob. But considering that we know he needs to score over 12,000 points, let's watch what went wrong. He could be in big trouble here. He almost falls on that toe reverse wake back-to-back, and there continues to be off balance, and then he moves quicker than normal into his toe steps to sort of regain some time. He skips out the toe wrapping tricks, and then at the very end, a toe 360 splits it out, but he's left a lot of points on the table there, Rob. Is not his standard sequence.
Yeah, and I think the after the toe line the toe wake back-to-back, it kind of, that normally what would follow would be pretty standard for him, and that's where he had those few issues. So whether he kind of rushed a little and started the next trick before he'd actually
I think what happened is
toe
reverse wake back-to-back, obviously very difficult trick. He
awkward.
landed that in a bad spot, quickly did the toe back-to-back to get himself in the regular toe back position, and you can save a lot from that position. You could be pretty far away from the boat. But from there, Rob, he obviously normally would go into his sort of toe 540 sequence. But because he was on his heels off balance, he decided to go off script and go straight into the toe lines, the ones where he jumps over the rope, and then sort of pushes toe O to the end of the pass. His toe pass usually worth up around 5,000 points, probably going to be more like 4,000 today, unfortunately. And that means he's got a mountain to climb. I'm not sure if it's possible. We do have a score through for Jake Abelson, so keep in mind the lead was with Joel Poland at 12,030 points. Jake Abelson has taken that lead, 12,230 points, and we are heading towards an all 12,000 point podium, potentially for the first time in the history of towed water sports.
I guess what I was saying, Curtis, if he lands that toe wake back-to-back and normally goes the two quick toe back-backs, for those guys at that level, they're so simple and so fast, it's just unusual that he would be unsettled at that point. But anyway, that's a bit of history there. So, wow, 12,230 points from Jake Abelson. All right. It's good that we've got information being fed to us, Curtis, to relay to the crowd that's totally false. So that's something good to know as Pato Font coming back in from the city end.
He's got a mountain to climb, does the world champion, because he's left a lot of points on the table after going to improv class in his toe run. Needs to finish strong, and this is his real strength. He moves now into the half jack, stomps it. He's motoring through these flips. Pato Font wants to finish strong. He's got a big front flip, goes over the line. Ski line 7 front was that, Rob. This is a huge pass here from Pato Font. Ski line 7 back-to-back to finish. That is the highest scoring ski line sequence I think I've ever seen. The challenge is going to be, particularly at ski line 7 front with 800 points.
Well, I'd go with you, Curtis.
Incredibly difficult.
Well, because of the degree of difficulty, I was nearly going to say often. Occasionally you'll see one ski line 7, either back-to-back, well, normally probably back-to-back, but to see a ski line 7 front to front, then the 2 ski line 5s, ski line 7 back-to-back.
So let's watch the replay here, because sequence. If this is all credit, this could be the highest scoring hand pass in the history of trick skiing. Ski line 7 front, that'll be a tight judge's call there, Rob. The ski line 5s are great. Here's the ski line 7 back-to-back. It looks fantastic. Well, who knows? He fell there right at the end.
Well, ski line 7 front to front, you would think no dramas for credit. It's just that he nearly cleared both ways.
He nearly cleared both ways. So, one of the quirks of trick skiing, Rob, is for some reason I've never understood, the ski line 7 front is worth the same amount of points as a wake 7 front. So there's no extra points for going over the line.
Yeah, well,
Never understood that one.
Well, there needs to be an inquiry.
One of our
launched into that.
co-commentators is on the World Tournament Council, so we'll throw him under the bus, see if he can get that sorted out. But what a hand pass from Pato Font, because he lost points on toes. We knew he needed a huge handle pass, and if all of this is in time and credit, it's the biggest sequence of ski lines I've ever seen, Rob.
So, Curtis, is that the person that's in the commentary team that's on the World Trick Council, is that the same person that gave you incorrect information about the MOOMBA Masters course record?
He did.
Yeah. So let's just not worry about him too much.
So let's move on. We're on to our final tricker. Pato Font is just, he's certainly wowed us up here in commentary. I don't know if he's going to end up tricking enough.
I think he confused us too, because I think you hesitated a little with that toe line 7, the ski line 7, and it was just a kind of a thing of, wow, am I believing what I'm seeing?
Oh, now I want to talk about this because the lead right now in this event is 12,230 points, but our top seed significantly yesterday set a course record, the highest score ever on the Yarra River, at 12,280 points. So could we see an all 12,000 point podium? Matty Gonzalez out of Chile, the young man. Speedy Gonzalez, you coined him many years ago, Rob, comes in now for his toe pass, and he is the fastest toe tricker in the world.
So, Matias Gonzalez on the water now, the 5 in, the 2 O's, the toe weight 360, toe line 360 now, toe line back, sets 4, toe line back to back. We see the reverse, toe line 5 to the front, toe line 5 to the back, hangs on. Oh, great work from the release man. And, what a toe pass there from Matias Gonzalez. I was expecting a second toe line back-to-back, and next thing you know, he's 1.5 spins and he's in the front position. Awesome toe line 5 to the front. Then, of course, sets up beautifully for that toe line 5 to the back. The big hit when he landed, but got away with it, Curtis. Very spectacular.
2 young men out of Chile. Of course, Matias Gonzalez out in the water, and his compatriot Martin Labrador unfortunately got injured, couldn't be here. Revolutionising the world of toe tricking. Here he comes, moving through his run on the replay screen. If you're watching on the webcast or here on the banks of the Yarra, and this was huge. Toe line back to back, and lightning quick there through the end of that pass.
That toe line 5 at the end, I mean, if he takes out the event, could very much well be the difference, because if he scored 12,280, then we've got the score in at, I think he was with Pato, 12,230, so there's 50 points there with Jake Abelson.
I mean,
a single ski side slide's worth 40. There's no other trick well, there's no trick worth 50, but that's the only trick worth less than 50. So what I'm trying to say is there's a struck match between, well, the top 3, I'm sure, and we don't have a score yet for Pato Font, do we?
No, we don't.
No.
It's shaping up to
Jake
be
Abelson,
potentially the highest scoring men's trick event of all time. We already have 2 scores up over 12,000 points. We've just seen Pato Font do potentially the highest scoring, or at least the highest difficulty hand pass I've ever seen.
Well, he could well
in
be
history
over
of the sport.
12,000.
He's lost a lot of points on toes, unfortunately.
But imagine tricking
who
12,000 points or 11.5 and coming 4th.
Oh, incredible. And then, of course, Matty Gonzalez stand up on pass number 1, his toe pass. And he knows he's got the creds, he's got the run to take the lead, chasing down Jake Abelson at 12,230 points. So the Chilean, 17 years of age, of course, picked up a couple professional titles last season. Had a great year. He won the Swiss Pro Tricks and I think the Monaco Pro Tricks as well. So he's in all kinds of form, but looking to take home his first major here at the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. You see him coming into course now behind that GM Marine Ski Nautique towboat. 20 seconds away from potentially his first MOOMBA Masters title. He needs a huge score. He needs every ounce of tricks he has in the tank. Running on empty as he comes into course. The Chilean starts off here with the full twisting back-to-back backflip. The Mobes comes in now for the half jack. Stomps the landing. He's light, he's lithe out there. He's motoring through this pass. Twisting to the back. Front flip now. He goes over the line. The ski line's to finish. Ski line 0 caught up on the wake. Balks out of a trick. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front, Rob. It's a good pass, but could that impromptu wake front cost him?
There was a couple of little bobbles along the way there, wasn't there, Curtis?
I'm leaning towards Jake Abelson on top of the men's trick podium, but we still need scores. So many people are trying to get the live results. Our screen has crashed, and we've got a picture of a dinosaur on the screen. So, of course, brings a blockbuster men's trick final to end. Possibly the greatest men's trick final of all time in the long history of the MOOMBA Masters here. These young trick skiers taking it to a whole new level. Could be an all 12,000 point podium. Jake Abelson, we think, might be here in front, but Matty Gonzalez has tricked very, very well, and of course still waiting on a score of Pato Font up here.
And also, of course, Matias Gonzalez has only just finished. Well, quite amazing skiing, but there were just those couple of little wobbles and bobbles along the way that could be so costly in the end in terms of who's in the first position, who takes out second, who's in third, and of course, down to fourth place with Joel Poland with a score of 12,030. If Jake Abelson, 12,230, but we're still waiting on the two scores to come through from our final two skiers. Now, we're having a course change, and then we will be moving on to women's slalom. The start dock is the other side of the Swan Street Bridge. Women's slalom scheduled to start at 12:35, 15 minutes time, which should be pretty much right by the time they change the course. Do a course familiarisation pass. Apparently, Patricio Font is going under, his trick run is going under video review. So our panel of 5 judges, which look at the video screen in our judges tower. The camera is mounted in the boat, so they've got the front end view on the big screen, panel of 5. And they've gone to video review, so at least one of the judges needs to have a second look. But if 3 judges pay you and 2 don't, you still get given the credit for that particular trick in a 3-2 situation. And any other technical points, I will consult with our commentary member that is on the World Trick Council. He knows tricking inside and out.
We need him to sort out ski line 7, because it doesn't make any sense to me how that trick that Pato Font performed, ski line 7 front, is worth the same as the wake 7 front. It's like he's given no extra credit for going over the line. The World Tournament Council needs to sort that out, don't they, Rob?
Yeah, a precedent's been set, because, I mean, you look at a wake 180 compared to a ski line back.
Absolutely.
They're not the same points.
There's no doubt it's more difficult.
Yeah. I think we should bail him up later and
yeah,
have
we
a
should
chat with him. But we wait with bated breath. Well, if we're waiting for Matias Gonzalez's score to come, we're waiting for Pato Font's video review to be completed. So, unfortunately, folks, we might not have a result.
I mean, the challenge here is
5 or so minutes.
It's a hot day here, and Jared Ferreira's phone is overheated, which he's quite upset about. But spare a thought for Rob and I, because it's so hot that the iPhone has exploded. How are we doing sitting here, Rob?
Yeah, resplendent in our black shirts. We're, feeling the heat. But I think as true professionals, we're sort of getting our way through it. Well, we only have a score on at the moment for Matias Gonzalez's first pass, which
5,500 points on a toe pass alone. So the highest scoring toe pass, as we expected, of the day. The challenge will be, has he got 6,500 points on hands? Okay, hearing a score coming through for Matias Gonzalez. Remembering the top score is 12,230 of Jake Abelson, and sitting behind him was Joel Poland with 12,030 points, and I can confirm that Matias Gonzalez's score was 12,040 points. Good enough for silver, but your 2025 MOOMBA Masters men's trick champion. And I think the first time in the history of our sport that we've seen a podium all over 12,000 points, but that winner will be none other than the world record holder out of the United States of America, Jake Abelson. Put your hands together, Melbourne. What a show the men put on for us today. So it's been a pleasure calling this event. Of course, I've been joined by the #1 English-speaking trick commentator in the world, Rob Wing. I'm here, there's the apprentice, the understudy, and of course we'll hand it over here for the super exciting women's slalom event. And I cannot wait to be watching this one from down on the banks, but it's been a pleasure joining you up here in the Combox.
Well, I'll tell you what, Curtis, you're knocking on the door of taking over the #1 mantle. It'll be interesting when the next set of rankings are published.
Okay, for those skiers on site, the trick sheets have now been released for review. That's both the women and the men's trick sheets have just been released for review. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here on the banks of the Yarra in Melbourne for the MOOMBA Masters, and also around the world watching on the webcasts on a very warm Melbourne MOOMBA Monday, early in March, of course, but temperature today forecast to be up around 33 or 34. We're going to add to that fact that we have quite strong humidity after some overnight rain, so feeling a little bit more like Florida right now in the summertime than Melbourne, Australia. But we're about to get underway with the women's slalom final at the 2025 MOOMBA Masters after some magnificent trick skiing. If you've just joined us, the first time in history, we believe, in a pro event, you've had to trick over 12,000 points to get on the podium. And Jake Abelson from the United States took out the men's tricks with 12,230. And the women's tricks also went to Arizona and a 10,440 run from Erica Lang. So I'm joined in commentary by Rob Wing, who's just taken you through that magnificent men's trick final. And we're about to get underway with this women's slalom final. It's a pretty warm morning, still only 10:30 in the morning, and very warm at the moment. And we're about to get by with 8 amazing slalom skiers in a bit of a topsy-turvy sort of an order because of the topsy-turvy slalom results we saw over the last couple of days, Rob.
Yeah, exactly, Glenn. Well, look, I was just about to say I've sat down and looked at the start list, and although I know the reason why, I'm kind of in a bit of shock when you see you're about to say that the first off the dock will be Whitney Reaney. It's a seeded order. We have 8 finalists. Our first skier with, I guess, hypothetically, the 8th best score is our 9 times MOOMBA Masters ladies slalom champion. Quite amazing. She'll be followed by the defending champion, Regina Jacquis, and then we'll run through the field after that. So quite amazing that Whitney Reaney will be our opening skier, but no doubt she's going to set the pace for the rest of the field.
So we have absolutely no idea what's going to happen here because it's been so hard to pick the conditions. I can tell you the tide is still fairly high, plus overnight rain will mean that the river is a little bit higher, so I guess it's going to be pretty rolly out there. We'll give it an idea after this first pass here from Whitney Reaney out of Florida. This is 13 metre, of course, 32 off. If you're watching in North America, that's a beautiful opening pass here from Whitney. No issues whatsoever.
No, I guess more to the point, Glenn, is going to be the second pass as well. So we'll start to see how the water's settling, how it's moving, what it's doing, from the point of view of the tide height, what backwash we might be seeing, because all these things come into play because the Yarra is quite a difficult site, and MOOMBA Masters finals day, you add that little bit of extra pressure because our ladies and men are competing to be who will be the champion for 2025.
Yep, so 12 metre line coming up now, 35 off for Whitney. So what you'd expect, Rob, here is that either Whitney or Regina, or both of them, will put a big score up on the 10.75 metre line and make it absolutely crazy for the rest of the field to try and catch. But expect the unexpected as far as slalom skiing this weekend, Rob. Nothing's gone to plan really with the slalom skiing over the weekend.
No, because I think from memory that last year these were the 2 top seeds, and Regina came out and knew what she had to do, and she did do it on the day. But now, with all these skiers still to follow, and Whitney and Regina knowing that they are among the top in the field anyway, they're just going to have to put out their very best score here today as Whitney comes in on the 12 metre line. She gets a good start around buoy 1, now heading to 2, turns 2. Let's see what the turn looks like at 4. The ski bobbles around a little bit of spray coming up. She takes in 5, no problem though. At 12, well, I'm not sure if there was that tiny little roll as we discuss at buoy 4, but the ski just kind of chatted around a little bit. But Whitney took it in a stride, and no problems there at the 35 off 12 metre pass. Whitney Reaney. Well, she's going to come back. She's going to shorten up to 11.25 metres. Well, the centre of the course to the turn, boys, are 11.5 metres. She's going to shorten the rope to 11.25, 38 off the old traditional 75 feet of water ski rope. And Whitney Reaney Well, many times over the years, we've seen her complete this pass, Glenn. And from her perspective, hopefully this year will be no different. But if you look at the form over the last few days of what we've seen on the slalom course, it's a pretty big call to run the 11.25 metre pass here today on the Yarra River.
Absolutely, Rob. As we said earlier, the river is just coming off high tide. Plus with a little bit of overnight rain, it's probably fairly high at the moment, which means that it tends to be more movie, maybe not quite the strong current that you can get a little bit later on. But so far, Whitney's been okay. A couple of bobbles out there on the 12 metre line, but she got through it. And let's see how she goes here on the 11.25.
She looks solid though, like never in doubt of running it, and not late at all either. I just thought I saw a bit of spray, bit of something coming out of 4, but absolutely no issues at all for Whitney.
Okay, under the Swan Street Bridge she comes. This is 11.25, 38 off. You would expect that she would need to run this if she was going to win this event, but who knows? It's been a crazy old moon, but let's see how she goes. Round 1, decent start on 1, nice and early for 2. She's out of 2. This is looking pretty good at the moment for Whitney. Round 3, starting a little bit down course. She's fighting hard. Round 4, she goes. It's a good 4 though. Cross the 5, and she'll stretch all the way to 6. And Whitney Reaney runs the 11.25 metre line here on the Yarra River and sets this slalom final on fire.
Well, after scoring 2 on the 11.25 yesterday in the LCQ, Whitney Reaney has picked the perfect round to run 11.25 metres, and I think Regina Jacques and the rest of the field sitting up on the dock probably expected no less, but probably hoped for a little less. And Whitney Reaney running 11.25, the 38 off pass. Perfect time to be watching the webcast in the USA. I haven't updated myself on the time, but I think it's around about 6 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast. Probably 3 or 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon on the West Coast.
Perfect.
So a big hello and welcome if you're joining us on the webcast.
So 9-time winner of Ladies Slalom is Whitney Reaney. She's won it more than any other female in history. In fact, by quite a wide margin. There's a few ladies that have won it sort of 3 or 4 times, but nobody has come close to the 9 wins that Whitney has. So let's see if she can make it win number 10. That would be something phenomenal.
Well, except for, well, I guess we'd have to count up Freddie Krueger and Jacinta Carroll, but I mean, to possibly win 10 times. All right, 10.75. Whitney Reaney. Let's see what sort of mark she's going to set. Turns around 1, gets a pretty good start. Gets to 2, tries desperately to turn around
Put
boy
your hands
2.
together, though, Mel. That's a great score.
Oh, fortunately, it is a great score. 1.5 on the 10.75 for Whitney Reaney.
In the context of Ladies Slalom at MOOMBA so far, that is a sensational score. 1.5 on the 10.75. She's set the mark to beat for the rest of these ladies to follow. And only time will tell whether, because she's got the world record holder up next, chasing that score. But it's a great start to the slalom final, and Whitney Reaney with 1.5 at 10.75 will certainly put a lot of pressure on the rest of the field to come. The defending champion and probably the favourite, Regina Jacques, is up next. And that'll take some getting. As good as Regina is, getting a couple at 10.75 to take the lead will take some getting.
No doubt about it, Glenn. So if she wants to make her way on to the podium or even in that first place position, she's certainly laid some sort of a platform there with that score of 1.5 on the 10.75. The breeze just a little on in Melbourne over the course of the MOOMBA Masters weekend. It's never been too troubling, but it's definitely there and has an effect on the course and on the skiers. So the new format with the LCQ we saw yesterday, we saw 6 wonderful skiers cut back down to 2 who made it through to the 8-person final. They were Whitney Reaney And the other skier that made it through from the LCQ was none other than defending champion Regina Jacques, our next competitor.
Yep, so Regina will start on the 13-metre line, 32 off. From the Swan Street Bridge end. And of course, current world record holder, defending champion here on the Yarra in women's slalom. Multiple-time world champion. And that's a lovely opening pass on the 13-metre line, no problems whatsoever.
Might need to correct me, Glenn, but I think world record holder as well.
Yep, absolutely, yep.
Looking very smooth and calculated on the replay there. But you would expect that as we're overhearing through our headphones that all clear, and she's been given the 6 buoys by the judges on that 32 off 13-metre pass. So she was on the green shortening up to blue. If you're not too familiar with water skiing, the shortenings, as we talk, moving through the shortenings to increase the degree of difficulty, they're actually in the colours of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green. Have I missed one? Blue, indigo, violet, as you run through the colours of the colour-coded slalom rope. Colours of the rainbow, so easily an easy way to remember the shortenings through the tow rope.
Okay, so 12-metre line, 35 off, blue shortening, as Rob mentioned. From the city end, here she comes, Regina Jacques, world record holder, defending champion. Across to 2 she goes. Looking pretty good at the moment, on her way down to 3, getting it done here. Looks like the conditions have improved from the last couple of days, making short work of this pass. That's a lovely 12-metre pass from Regina Jacques.
Yes, good choice of words there, Glenn. That was a lovely pass. So smooth and controlled. I mean, you could say didn't put a foot wrong, but didn't put a fingernail wrong. I mean, it was just absolutely letter perfect, that 12-metre 35 off pass. And I think I'm with you on the fact that the conditions, look, they look as good as they look as skier friendly as they've looked over the weekend, or at any time over the weekend. So augurs well for some good scores in the women's, and of course it's going to be a marvellous, a riveting, a spellbinding final in the men's slalom event.
Yes, there's not really too much current at all. There's no major issues out there with the river flowing too fast in either direction. It's just river is still kind of high, and that means that it can be a little bit rolly, but so far the girls have handled it really well. Mind you, they are, if not the best 2 female skiers in the world, two of the very best female slalom skiers in the world, so I guess they would handle it better than most. We'll have to wait and see as this slalom final unfolds. But Regina Jacques will be returning at any moment under that Swan Street Bridge on the 11.25 metre line, 38 off.
Actually, Glenn, I'll just put this out. I've had a bit of feedback on the live streaming that there's music running in the background of the streaming that's a little bit higher than a comfortable level. Of course, the fans want to hear us as clearly as possible, but just to point out to the organisers of the streaming that there's a bit of music that's running at a bit higher level that's a little bit disconcerting. But okay, 11.25. Regina Jacques comes on course. Can she get herself up near Whitney Reaney? Well, I'll tell you, one person will be pretty interested to be Whitney. She turns around 3. Now she gets to 4. Hook turns around 4. Good pull out of 4. Stretches to 5.
Whoa.
Working hard to 6. Can she get to 6? Oh,
No.
can she hang on? No, and unfortunately falling around 6.
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff there from Regina Jacques. She fails to run the 11.25 metre line, and
well, my first thought was, can she get around 6? Hang on to the slack rope, take the hit, get out through the gates, but unfortunately falling around boy 6 was Regina Jaquis. So in our mind, unofficially 5.5.
She didn't get as good a start as Whitney, I've got to say. I think Whitney Reaney had the better start there at 38 off at 11.25. Regina was sort of kind of late throughout that entire pass, but I always expected her to run it. And now, because of the topsy-turvy nature of the seeding here, Whitney Reaney has just given herself a really good chance of picking up her 10th Moomba Masters Slalom title. Still a little ways to go here. I don't want to belittle the 6 ladies left to go, but 1.5 at 10.75. If anyone was going to knock that off, it would have been Regina Jaquis, you would have thought, Rob.
Well, you would, but I'll tell you what, Glenn, you can't always run the form line through the field and know what's in store, because I'm not prepared to maybe make any predictions.
No, I'm not writing anyone off. I'm just...
They know exactly what they need to do. They need to get around boy 2 at 10.75 and get back to the wake.
There's certainly a number of skiers here, the likes of Ella Garcia, Neely Ross, well, more than capable of picking up a couple of boys at 10.75. But we do know it is the Yarra River and conditions are tough. So it's going to be an interesting hour or so until we wait to see. Next up will be Alexia Abelson. Youngest slalom in the field in the final, I would think. She's got to be around 15 years of age, I believe.
Look, Glenn, on a given day and looking at the conditions, I'm prepared to say that obviously there's going to be a number of these ladies that aren't going to run 11.25, but I'm prepared to say that any of them are capable of running 11.25 here this morning in this Moomba Masters Women's Slalom Final. Okay, Alexia Abelson about to start on a 14-metre line.
Well, Alexia has found herself in this slalom final. Probably a little bit of a shock for her, but she's, of course, World Junior Trick Champion. Ooh. Oh, geez, almost drops it on 3, but she's doing okay now. She goes across to 5 and over to 6. This is the 14.25, 28 off to start. And heart in the mouth stuff there on 3.
But a bit of a collective sigh from the crowd and the commentary position, and just really, well, I guess we'll see a replay shortly, but really shoulders really broke forward and got a little out of position, but probably lucky she started 14 to just get herself back in sync and on song, and really running that pass. With the exception of the turnaround 3, running the pass without a problem, but gosh. Bit of harem-scarum stuff at one stage, but she's going to shorten up now to the 13-metre line.
Going back to, so if Whitney was to pull off this win, and we believe unofficially that would be a 10th Moomba Masters win. The one name that does come to mind when you talk about 10 or more wins at Moomba is, of course, Andy Mappel, who I think he won Moomba Masters 11 times. So you're right when you mentioned Freddie Kruger, and obviously Jacinta Carroll is...
forgot about Andy Mappel.
Jacinta Carroll's probably won it 11, 12 times, but Andy Mappel also comes into the reckoning.
So there's been some great champions over the years, hasn't there, Glenn? All right, 13 metres. Come on, Alexia Abelson. Looked pretty good around 2. I was a little bit worried at one stage, and then does the same thing around 3 again as the first pass, but she's still in the game as she turns 5 and does the same thing again. Well, on that 1-3-5 side, she's been giving us something to think about, but Alexia Abelson wasn't going to give up and runs the 13-metre pass. Well, I might have been so young and being in such a big stage in all these, with all these champions in this final. It's a bit of nerves there, Glenn. Probably not, but gee, it's got the look of a bit of a nervous pass there. Hopefully she'll settle herself down now and come back in at 12.35 off, and hopefully she makes a fist of it, the 35 off pass.
So update on the conditions here. They've just noticed that the current is starting to run out a little bit now. So Alexei there would have been skiing into the head current. It's not as strong as it can be, but it's certainly there. So maybe the breaking forward was the ski was just slowing down a little bit more than she expected as she was coming into those turn buoys.
Well, as I was calling the pass, Glenn, I was thinking that, well, she had the issue at 3 on the way down, and I thought, oh yeah, it was around buoy 3, but then similar thing at 5. She really made herself work for that 13-metre pass.
Well, this will be a test. 12-metre line with a slight tail current behind her. Older brother Jake, of course, won the trick event about an hour ago. Congratulations to the Abelson family. I'm sure they'll be enjoying Alexei here. In the slalom final at MOOMBA, this is 12. Oh, she's gone down around 1 there, Rob. Put your hands together, though. Young lady with a big future in the sport.
Well done. Congratulations making the final, and congratulations performing so well here on the big water ski stage at the MOOMBA Masters. Women's slalom final, just unfortunately coming undone around that very important and critical first turn when you enter the slalom course. Just arriving, folks, you haven't seen slalom before. The skiers basically have to go through the entrance gates, around 6 turn buoys, out through the exit gates, and as we go through, when you complete a pass, we shorten the rope to increase the degree of difficulty, and in the end, if you miss a buoy, that's the end of your go, and the person at the end of the day with the highest amount of turn buoys to their name becomes our MOOMBA Masters Slalom Champion for 2025.
Absolutely, and of course, Nautique exclusively towed for the last 25 years by the world's, MOOMBA Masters exclusively towed by Nautique boats. We see that wonderful GM Marine Nautique coming down in front of us now. #1 tournament towboat in the world. 100 years of excellence, Rob.
Yeah, 25 years I've been towing the MOOMBA Masters.
They have been.
And I remember when they first signed on the deal to first become the MOOMBA Masters towboat, there was quite an air of excitement throughout the Australian and probably world water ski community, because we were moving to, the MOOMBA Masters is a fantastic event, arguably the world's finest water ski professional event. Then to bring Nautique in to the fold and become the official towboat was really a wonderful thing for all the skiers and for the MOOMBA Masters. And of course, 25 years later, here we are. They're extended to 2030, and hopefully the relationship will go on and on and on.
And I can remember 25 years ago when Nautique first came on board, how quickly the scores improved straight away. We used to, believe it or not, we used to ski behind outboard boats here at MOOMBA.
I was just talking about that last night, actually.
Yeah, and but straight off, scores improved remarkably when we got the magnificent Nautique towboat on board.
Well, Glenn, I was involved in the ski show, and I'm not going to say what year it was, because then you'll pay me out about my age. But we were behind 18-foot twin rig outboards. So obviously the score's a little bit lower then. Okay, and the call comes through that Sasha Deniskaya is going to be our next skier as per the list, and she's going to start on a 14-metre rope length, 28 off.
Yep, let's see how she goes. Probably the favourite in the jump event this afternoon, jump final, although she's going to be second to last off the dock. She was out jumped by Brittany Wharton in that elimination round. Sasha Deniskaya. opens up nicely, and nice pass here on the 14.25. So Whitney Reaney, of course, still leads the slalom final with 1.5 at 10.75. Regina Jacques in second with 5.5. Abelson at the moment with half at 12 is in third, but still 5 slalom skiers to go in this final, so there'll be plenty of interest to come. Conditions have improved from when these ladies slalomed both the elimination round and the LCQ. It's the best slalom water that these lady slalomers have seen on the Yarra at MOOMBA for 2025.
But Glenn, just while we were discussing scores and seedings and so on earlier, I'm just running my eye over the start list. I think we've got a few skiers here that are capable of moving up into the 2 at 10.75 sort of bracket. So I think once we get to the pointy end, it could be pretty interesting as Sasha comes back in on the 13-metre pass. Elected to open on 14, 28 off. Now she's on the 32 off 13-metre line, just very early there for 3. Turns 4, looks good, angles through the wake. Turns now around 5, and no problem there. A very comfortable and confident looking 13-metre pass there.
Yeah, nice pass at all. Short now onto the 12. Because this women's slalom final, we followed by the men's slalom final, then pro men wakeboard, followed by women's jump final, then the pro women's wakeboard, and obviously tonight, or later on this evening, with the men's jump final, and of course the night jump final. Plenty of action. My favourite day of the year, MOOMBA Monday.
And of course, Glenn, part of the entertainment as well is the IWWF water ski show. So on the greatest water ski stage there is, it's non-stop action right throughout the day. Here we go. Our resident swans from yesterday have made their return. Welcome back. As Billy Madison once said, stop looking at me, swan. Don't know if you saw the movie. Well, obviously Jared has, because it sort of raises the level of intellect when you bring in an Adam Sandler movie around the commentary tower.
Yeah, Sid and Cheryl Swan have dropped the kids off on the rides and come down to watch some water skiing.
All right, now the Swan's kind of heading over in the general direction of the boat path, so I'm just not sure what's going to happen here, but
not near the turn ball though.
No, not near the path of the skier as she overturns, unfortunately. 1.5 on the 12, not where Sasha Danishkaya would want to finish, but unfortunately where it looks like her run has come to an end. Oh.
Yeah, she's waving. She's waving, and I think she's pointing at the swans. The judges have noticed the swans.
Because we're listening to the judges, and they're definitely talking about the swans.
This will be a interesting call. This is a judge's call. We might stay out of this one.
Look, they're discussing it, but But look, I'll just put a hypothetical to you, Glenn. So the swan is.
Oh, so it's not the swans we're looking at.
Kind of.
No. So apparently there was another swan on her pull out for the gates, and it ruined her pull out for the gates. So
because I was going to throw up the hypothetical that you're coming into 2, and if you're looking down course, There was a swan in line with 2, but it was opposite 3. So you could argue that it's nowhere near in her path, but if it's in a peripheral vision, you're seeing the swan. But then we're talking about swan number 3. So you're saying the kids were dropped off at the rides, but Uncle Brian Swan was up at the near the gate pull-out. What are their names again, Glenn?
I was going to...
So the mystery's been solved.
As she pulled out for the gates, Sasha was definitely adamant she was put off, and the boat judges also concurred. But the trouble for the tower judges is they thought they were talking about the swans right in front of us here.
Yeah.
So a little bit
But
confused.
Marianne, it is from Belgium.
Yeah.
We could hear her through the cans saying, the cans, that's commentary talk for the headphones. We could hear her saying, runoff situation.
Rewrite.
With the rewrite. Then there was another judge who can remain nameless because I don't want to upset anyone. Was saying, well, the swan was nowhere near, but as we mentioned, there's multiple swans on the course, so it sort of gets it.
And that judge, of course, first name,
complicated.
we can't name him, but it rhymes with Juice. But he was dead right. I was actually agreeing with Juice. But there was a whole nother swan on the grassy knoll that we didn't see from our commentary positions. So add a bit of excitement to this ladies' slalom final, like we didn't need any, because there's been plenty of drama over the last couple of days in women's slalom.
So having said all that, where have they gone? The swans.
Yeah. It's all very well to give a rewrite, but the swans are now sitting on 4 ball.
Yeah. I mean, the 10. Anyway, we'll look, I think particularly if there was a swan up there, it's all right, so she's coming back at 12. Off. Gosh, what a day to be watching water skiing on. And Sasha Danishevskaya coming in from the Swan Street Bridge end on a 12-metre rope length.
Here she comes now. Pulls that wide for a gate. Round 1. Scrappy sort of a 1, but she's on time for 2. Decent 2. She's on this. Round 3 she goes. Looks good to run the pass to Sasha. Round 4. Heading across the 5. She's going to have time here. Heads over to 6. And nice pass.
Yeah, good looking 12.
Former world overall champion, of course, can slalom. Not the strongest of her 3 events to slalom, but she certainly got the creds.
Yeah, I think that was a good looking 12 there, Glenn. Watch her pull out for the gates, not a swan in sight, through the entrance gates. Turns 1, gets aggressive angle once she sets the ski, and then out of 3, pretty early, just, I reckon she was waiting for 4, snapped a great turnaround 4, turns 5, and I'm thinking that's a very impressive 12-metre pass.
Well, she's got to somehow find a way to run this next pass. Runs this next pass, she's got a real shot. Even taking the lead.
Yeah.
Because if you think of the dynamics here, when Whitney Reaney slalom, she was trying to get as many boys as possible because she was first off. But now the girls can afford, if they can somehow run 11, they can afford to just sort of lay it up on 2 ball, and 2 will get the victory. Or take the lead at least off Whitney.
Yeah, take the lead. But still, if you're competitor number 4 in an 8-girl final, but let's just look at this 11.25 pass. Round boy 1. Oh, she's pulled out. She's in all sorts of trouble there, and unfortunately drops the handle, and probably a score of around about 1 on the 11.25. Won't be enough. But good effort and good skiing there for Sasha Danishevskaya.
Yeah, solid skiing. 1 on the 11. Puts her into third spot at the moment. We are halfway through the final. And don't forget, folks, we've got the MOOMBA merch for sale behind us here out on the main street behind us. Magnificent MOOMBA merch. T-shirts are 25 bucks, wind cheaters 45, polo shirts 30, and the MOOMBA bags just $10. Special commentary team special today, Rob. If you turn up there, mention that you've heard this from the commentary team. If you buy all four items, we'll do that for $110. Absolute
Glenn,
sizzling day here in
unless
Melbourne.
I'm wrong, I've just done a quick add up. They add up to 100. So if you mention our name, you pay a bit extra.
Well, Christiana de Osma, Junior MOOMBA winner on Friday afternoon. Took out Junior MOOMBA. She's going to start on the floor. Massive crowd last night, Rob, for night jump. There was a fair bit going on because the Melbourne Storm played the Parramatta Eels, I think it was, at Amy Park, and gave them a bit of a... They beat them up, actually.
Yep.
And Billie Eilish was playing just over the other side of the river here at the Rod Laver Tennis Centre. This is a tidy opening pass at 14.25.
I thought actually Billie Eilish was the night before, but...
Oh, okay. Maybe everyone was just here for the MOOMBA Festival, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, look, I know that, look, it's been really a greatly patronised event. And then we threw in the concert for Billie Eilish because the courtesy bus that takes us up to our great supporter, the Ridges in Exhibition Street, normally it's about a 7 or 8 minute trip. It took him 38 minutes one way and 28 the other just after the concert. So there was definitely a few people around. And great to see all the people coming into the MOOMBA Masters Yarra River.
Okay, and there's plenty going on because Formula One on next weekend here in Melbourne. Apparently, Formula One driver Charles Leclerc just ran past us. I didn't notice, but he's going for a bit of a
I thought he would have stopped and watched a bit of slalom.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, it's great that the athletes can, you know, in a country like Australia, just get out and get around. We'll come back to that after we watch Christiana de Osma see if she can negotiate the 13-metre rope length, gets a wide start. Slows the ski now into 2, very smooth turn, looking comfortable now, waiting there for 3. Now she turns 4. I think this is, I know it's only 13 metres, which is a high standard of rope length, but in this sort of company, it's generally a pass that these girls run pretty easy. But what I'm getting at is that was poetry in motion, that 13-metre pass. Well done, Christiana de Osma. Yes, good. When my daughter and son-in-law came down for the Australian Open tennis. But a couple of times they're in a hotel lobby and they were talking to Yannick Sinner, or got a photo with Yannick Sinner and one of the other top-ranked tennis players whose name escapes me, one of the real top guys. And yeah, so they were making themselves pretty available. And Charles Leclerc, or I don't follow Formula One too much, but when you're saying that whoever it was, that you know, Sebastian Vettel or someone running past, and who's the? There's a really good Aussie, isn't there? Not Mark Webber, the other one, and I think he's from Melbourne. I don't want to say the name because I'll get it wrong.
That's a little bit embarrassing for you, Rob, not following Formula One. I don't actually follow Formula One that much, but I do know that New Zealand, of course, has Liam Lawson just joined Red Bull. So that's an exciting prospect for New Zealand in Formula One?
I'm too busy following. I'm too busy following the water skiing and the rugby league. I'll let you know if Bryson DeChambeau. If I bump into Tiger Woods in the Ridge. That's him. Look, it's Oscar Piastri. I nearly said that, but I didn't want to sound like an idiot. And, well, you know, like more,
There's no
more
danger,
so than normal.
no danger of you ever sounding like an idiot. 5 off if you're joining us from the United States. On time at the moment, getting it done. Junior Moomba earlier on.
Okay, so she's going to come back and have a go at the 11.25. And I'm saying any of them may well run the 11.25. So this.
You're right, Rob. It's far from being over, and there's plenty of good slalom talent to come. But at the moment, 1.5 at 10.75 from Whitney Reaney. The lead score is looking pretty solid. Okay, 11.25 metre now for Christiana de Osma. There's a bunch of scores between. She can run it, but here she comes, all the way from Peru, folks. Christiana de Osma, 11.25 metre line, round 2, and that'll be a score, I think, of 2. Put your hands together on the 11.25 metre line.
Well, even though it looked like she got a reasonable start, must have just felt that she really couldn't turn 2, and rather than turn and maybe end up with 1.5, decided just get around buoy 2 back to the weight. Get the extra half a point, and the 2 on the 11.25 on this day for Christiana was about as good as it gets. Well, I'm prepared to say that our next 3... hello, Kretschmer. Today, I'm thinking, and really threaten the event, because the lead is 1.5 on the 10.75, held by Whitney Reaney. Of course, with Regina Jack was 5.5 at 11. To eclipse Regina Jacquis, you've got to absolutely have the mindset of running 11 metres.
So Ellie Garcia up next. We had Ellie over competing in the University World Champs in Auckland, New Zealand last weekend. She finished second in that event. Has done quite a few Pro Tour stops over the last year or so. Headed out on the did the European Tour. She'll start on the 14.25 metre line.
Glenn, just confirming line length 14.25. Ali Garcia from the Swan Street Bridge end. Yeah, it's a good turnaround 1. Now waits there, negotiates 2, waiting there for 3. So I guess starting at 14, whether it means whether the decision is made as far as what end they want to come in at 11.25, or just get comfortable, feel the conditions today. But that 14.25, as has been the case of the last couple of skiers, Looks extremely easy today, that opening pass. Trouble is, Glenn, as we shorten the rope, as we've explained, as per the rules, every pass it just gets harder from here on in. So it's all very well being comfortable in the opening pass, but then it starts to, degree of difficulty definitely starts to wind up.
Absolutely, Rob. Just an update on the conditions. The current is starting to pick up a little bit, so that will be a head current for this next pass for Ali. A tail current from the Swan Street Bridge end, a head current from the city end. It'll be a warm-up pass though for Ali. You've always got to be a little careful saying that on the Yarra River, but generally the first should be warm-up passes, but it's never easy out there.
Yeah, look, you've got to be reasonably confident from our point of view of Ali running the 13. Starts to get a little bit difficult at 12 though. Wide start though. Comfortably around 2. Now turning around 3, locks herself into a good position there. Turns 4, still looking comfortable and A-OK as she turns 5 and then...
Nice pass. Really nice pass from Ali Garcia. Cruise that 13-metre line.
Don't forget, folks, after women's slalom, which we still have a couple of competitors to come, in between men's and women's slalom, if you have time, duck up to, or after men's slalom, don't forget to duck up to the merchandise tent, which is just behind the viewing area. We have T-shirts, we have wind cheaters, we have polo shirts, and the MOOMBA Masters 2025 bag. And as Glenn mentioned, don't mention the commentary team and you'll get the right price. Also, visit Denny, one of our great sponsors there. I'm not sure if it's been drawn yet, but they're having a guess how many lollies are in the big jar. So if you want to pass the Go Denny marquee, make sure you put your name down. And I haven't done so yet myself. I put in a guesstimation last year. I'm still waiting on the guess, but make sure you enter the people from Go Denny. Okay, so metre line. Really hope for her sake she can run it, and that's going to 5. Bring her on, Glenn.
Wouldn't normally expect 35 off or 12 metre to be an issue for Ali Garcia. She had choppy conditions at the University Worlds in Auckland and ran the pass reasonably comfortably. I think she ran it with a tailwind, quite a choppy tailwind at the rack. It has been tough on the Yarra this weekend to slalom, so let's wish her the best. And here she comes now. Good start on 1. This is 35 off, 12-metre line. Ali Garcia looking the goods at the moment. Across the 4 she goes. Over to 5. And that's a good pass. Put your hands together, Melbourne. That's a great 12-metre pass from Ali Garcia. Good pass. Rob? No issues whatsoever there for Ali on the 12-metre line.
Pretty controlled pass too, I think. She kind of conservative out of 4, made sure she wasn't. Got around 6 and through the gates. A very controlled, very mature looking way that she ran that 12-metre pass, and now she's going to have a crack at 11.25 where every turn is going to have to be an absolute maximum angle and turn to perfection, because 11.25 takes no prisoners. It's got to be pretty difficult today, but we've seen it run once by our lead scorer, Whitney Reaney. Ali Garcia looking to run 11.25 metres with a very, very difficult 38 off pass.
Well, she'll be into the head current here, so that might make it feel a little bit slower, if anyone can ever completely figure out what the Yarra River's doing. And as you say, if she can run this pass, then 2 will be the target on the next pass. Here she goes, Ellie Garcia, big moment in her slalom career. 11.25, oh no, she loses the handle on one ball, so it's going to be half on the 11. So disappointing set in the end for Ellie Garcia. Put your hands together though, Melbourne, because it's tough out there. It doesn't quite get it together on 11 metre. Okay, so we're down to 2 final skiers. The next one, of course, is Neely Ross. Very accomplished, obviously, world record holder in the trick event, but also very good slalom skier. So she'll have a bit of a shot here at taking the lead at least. It's going to be tough, though. Hasn't been too many 11.25s run by the ladies this weekend. Neely's going to start on the 13-metre line, 32 off. As I said, world trick record holder. Finished 3rd in the trick event a couple of hours ago here at MOOMBA, the women's tricks. Would have come here hoping to win the trick event, but couldn't quite get it together, but has an opportunity here to maybe pick up a sneaky win in this women's slalom, which would be very exciting for her. Let's see how she goes, the young Canadian competitor from the Isles of Lake Hancock in Orlando. This is 13-metre line, 32 off, Neely Ross. Beautiful opening pass there on the 13-metre, no worries at all. Out the exit gate she goes.
Nice and neat and tidy there, Glenn, for that opening 32 off 13-metre pass.
Yeah, it's the next one that'll start to get testing for her. So although from the city end, Rob, as you know, you head into a head current, which on the surface of it makes it a little bit easier. It's very hard to get a good start, very hard to get a good gate. Always has been from the city end into the current. Your ski kind of stops. You pull out for the gates, pull out wide, and your ski kind of stops on you into that head current. It's hard to get the timing right, and that's why we do, I think, see quite a few scores around sort of half. It could be easier into the head current.
Because the gates are so critical, as you're saying, and the lead-in's a little bit difficult.
Probably not really going to be an issue for Neely at 12 metre, but we saw for Ellie Garcia at 11 as that rope starts to get so.
Look, it's definitely tight down there. To assist their line, there's a big floating buoy. They go one side of that, and that ends up, the skier ends up, when they're about to pull out to, well, for the skier would be the left-hand side of the boat. It's kind of all pretty narrow. You're close to the bank, but here she comes on the 12-metre rope length, Neely Ross. When you look down the list, this is one of the skiers who could well run the 11-metre line as Neely Ross now takes in buoy 3. Great turn out of 3, just waiting there for 4. Little bit of slack rope out of 4. It's not going to cause her any problems, though, as she turns 5 and runs that 12-metre line.
Well, she ran it, Rob, but geez, not easily. No, she skied pretty late there. Wasn't. I'm sure she normally runs 12-metre line really comfortably in training.
You think
but
she was
obviously
late?
testing out there.
Look, I'm thinking, I don't know if she was late. Definitely working really hard, skiing aggressively, but I thought never too far down course. A little bit down course out of 4 probably, but
I mean,
Never
you're right.
really in
She was
danger.
always going to run the pass, not in danger. But I guess my point was, didn't ski it as early as she would normally do. But then sometimes it's better to not risk it too much on the turns, maybe turn a little bit more conservatively than you would normally, just to make sure you don't end up having a bit of a disaster, a bit of a fall.
Yeah, but Glenn, as you mentioned, I think, is it called the Island of Lake Hancock or Lake Hancock Island, whatever, the Isle of Lake Hancock. When you see some footage of Neely slaloming and you look at the water conditions, pretty much pristine. Not exactly a carbon copy of the Yarra River, but that is why so often here on the Yarra the cream rises to the top. And when you're crowned a champion at the MOOMBA Masters, you truly are a champion of the sport of water skiing. 11.25. Well, I don't want to steal one of your son's sayings because he really says it a lot, but mountain to climb, but not really. It's just 11.25 that Neely Ross, a pass that she would have run on many times during her career. Let's see if today is one of her days, as we wish all the best to Neely Ross coming in from the Swan Street Bridge end. The length of the rope is only 11.25 metres. She turns around, stands the ski up around one, and unfortunately, as you would say, Glenn, that's all she wrote, because unfortunately one at 11.25 wasn't to be the day for Neely Ross.
Well, put your hands together, Melbourne. Appreciate a good skier when we see one. But unfortunately for Neely, unable to make a huge mark on this event. I mean, at the moment, I think she's got herself into third spot, at least. So I shouldn't say she hasn't made her mark on this final, because at the moment she's on the podium. We'll just check that. But probably not the barnstorming score she was looking for out there. It's obviously pretty tough, Rob. We saw Regina miss 11 metre. We've seen some scores. Ali Garcia half at 11. Neely Ross 1 at 11. So it's obviously pretty tough out there. We're down to our final skier now. An unlikely, chasing 1.5 10.75 from Whitney Reaney. The top seed here, unlikely top seed. She found herself the best of the rest, to be honest, going through. But she skied pretty well in adverse conditions on Saturday to score 2 at 11. And that's from Chile, the youngster, Daniela Krishma. Competed at University World Champs.
Du jour is, can today be her day?
I'm sure it can. It's probably going to take a personal best, though. Personal best on the Yarra in adverse conditions is, to use Curtis's favourite saying, it is a mountain to climb. It's probably just about the Everest of water skiing, in terms of water skiing, isn't it? But we wish her the best. Yeah, so third last week in the University Worlds, second at Junior Moomba, finds herself as a top seed.
So she's moving up the rungs.
She is.
She's moving up to the precipice. Well, really, the trajectory is pretty good, because then top seed at MOOMBA Masters, last off the dock in the final. All right, confirming the start, rope length at 14 metres. Boat speed, folks, is set at 55 kilometres per hour. And each pass is timed to make sure the boat speed is 100% accurate. We use a GPS cruise control system called Zero Off. And it is so accurate, you wouldn't believe it. But you got to believe it, because it is.
Yeah, well, to give you an idea, the slalom course is 260 metres long, and the speed only varies by 0.01
hundredth of a second
each pass. Here she is. This is 14.25. Daniela Krishma out of Chile. Big moment for her. Win or lose this slalom final, she'll remember this for the rest of her life, and the experience she's gaining from being the last seed, the last skier off the dock, will help her out in future events, I'm sure.
Right, just waiting for Daniela to come back in on the 13-metre rope length. Yes, 13 metres, 32 off. And of course, at the completion of this women's final, we will see what promises to be an extremely exciting event, the men's slalom final. Then we move to pro men's wakeboard final. So a fantastic couple of hours about to roll on the Yarra here for MOOMBA Masters 2025. As from the city end, she's coming in. Rope length, 13 metres. Should be able to run it relatively comfortably, but let's see if she can do it. Turns around, buoy one now. Gets to two, a good turnaround two. Waits there for three, A on time as she turns around four, locks into a great position there out of four. Turns five and a good looking 13-metre pass there for Daniela Kretschmer from Chile. Looking pretty comfortable, Glenn.
Yeah, no worries at all. On the 13-metre line, 32 off. Things will get tougher now, though. She'll have the 12-metre with the tail current. We'll take a metre off the length of this rope. She'll have a 12-metre from the Swan Street Bridge with the tail current.
All right, just confirming, Glenn, you probably heard the same thing. Men's slalom is going to start at 11:45. So after the women's slalom, we'll probably just have maybe a 5-minute break. There's enough time to just go to the merchandise tent, grab a T-shirt, a polo shirt, a wind cheater and a bag, times 2 or 3, depending on how many family members you have.
Yeah, you probably don't need the wind cheater today, but winter is coming.
Winter's coming.
Yeah.
Depending on where you live, you might need it over the next month. Every year, the men's and women's slalom final are both fantastic events. This year, no exception in the women's, and of course the men's coming up is something that I'm personally really looking forward to watching. But at the moment, we're down to our final competitor. We're going to find out if Daniela Kretschmer can run this 12-metre pass and try and do something she would dearly love to do, run the 11:25 and have a crack at taking out the event, our top seed, as she's metres in length, 35 off.
Yep, she's coming in very soon, as you say. Here we go, under the Swan Street Bridge she comes, 12-metre line. Obviously, should run this pass. She's been running it pretty much all weekend. She's getting a bit of trouble out of 2-ball, though. She needs a decent 3 to make this up. She's very late now, across the 4. Oh, big fall, no, she's off. 3.5 at 12, so that means we can confirm that Whitney Reaney will win her 10th Women's MOOMBA Slalom title. What a sensational win. The LCQ to get into the final. Regina Jaquist, the world record holder, will be second. And Neely Ross, I think, is going to pick up third, Rob. We'd have to confirm that. So a bit of a topsy-turvy women's slalom this year at MOOMBA, in a final that had its 2 best skiers at the beginning of the event, which is a little bit different. But at the end of the day, that was the way the seedings worked. And congratulations to all the ladies that took place, but a very big congratulations to the queen of MOOMBA slalom, you'd have to say, 10-time winner now, Whitney Reaney.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back to the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. We are almost ready and set to go for our men's slalom final. Big hopefuls here for Australia. And, of course, we will have the top 10 skiers who advance through from the preliminary round here for us. And 2, of course, coming from that LCQ yesterday. They will be our first 2 competitors off the dock. They'll be Nick Adams from Australia and Bautista Amada of Argentina. We'll then have a couple of juniors in there, a couple of really experienced skiers, Glenn, and of course your top seed, Charlie Ross, another young up-and-coming skier who is going to want to hold on to that MOOMBA Masters title.
Yep, it's going to be one for the ages. Australia desperately want to win a MOOMBA Masters slalom title, not since 1995 and Brett Thurley did Australia take out the MOOMBA Masters slalom title. It's been a bit of a drought for Aussie slalom, Aussie men's slalom, but a lot to go, a lot to happen, a lot to go under the bridge, a lot of water to go under the bridge before then. Conditions right now look very nice to me. Just the slightest of tail currents from the Swan Street Bridge end. The water level is slowly receding or dropping. Here's local Melbourne, of course, Nick Adams. We first up, bit of a crowd favourite as he scraped his way into that men's slalom final. Nick Adams on the 13-metre line to start. 32 off. Looking good. Nick Adams, no problems at all on his opening pass.
Well, the Adams family down there on the fence line, ready, supporting Nick. Of course, does a lot of skiing with our junior skiers up at Lake Mudamere and Mawala. Skis behind a ski nautique. Cracked over a few thousand hours in that in his ski nautique doing coaching. How many hours have got now, John? 2 and a bit thousand hours.
Just running it in, mate. The
yeah.
nautique's a magnificent product. It just goes and goes and goes, hour after hour. Just push start and away it goes. Those GM engines, of course. Well, one of the big ones, isn't it? Men's slalom final, eagerly anticipated around the world. I'm sure viewing numbers on the webcast are right up there. They spike for men's slalom. They certainly do. I think the local crowd, the crowd here at Melbourne, they love the jumping, I think. But in terms of webcasts around the world, it's just, men's slalom has a huge following. So we welcome you along wherever you're watching around the world. Bit of Sunday evening viewing in the United States. Early morning watching in Europe. And yep, we're underway now. Here's Nick Adams. This is 12-metre line now from the city end.
Yeah, Nick, as he approaches 2 ball there, a little bit slow out of 2, but he's big and strong enough. He should make this fairly easy if Nick. Conditions looking nice, and he's going to make his way out through 6. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Nick Adams runs a 12. Bring him back onto the 11.25. Going to need to see, I reckon, to take the win here. You're going to be on the podium even. You're going to need to run this next pass, Glenn, the 11.25.
Oh, absolutely. We haven't seen the 10.75 run yet this season, but I would expect at least one of the skiers to give that a good crack. There has been something about the water this year, though, where conditions have just been a bit challenging. So maybe not. You never know. So every Moomba's different. Some years you get scores, you know, a course higher than others or a course lower. Like it does change from year to year what the river's doing. Can have a little bit to do with the tides. And of course this year we've had a kind of the high tides kind of being in the morning, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning kind of style, which means that we end up slaloming maybe not quite on low tide, but even when we slalomed the LCQs yesterday on low tide, it was still struggling out there. So just something up with the river changes. It's a changing environment, and every year is just that little bit different.
Well, look, you go back to the preliminary round. We were skiing at high tide. It was quite rolly, and the skiers found it quite tough. Yesterday, the LCQ, we were at low tide, and now we're back up to high tide. So changing conditions for each of our skiers. You never get the same conditions back-to-back rounds here at MOOMBA. 11.25. The rope does not reach out to the turn buoy. And we'll see Nick Adams come back on this next pass. We'll then have Bautista Amata of Argentina, Damien Eade, Nicholas Attenson of Austria, Joel Poland, Great Britain, and then Freddie Winter of Great Britain before we have a transit break. We have a transit break with our last 3 skiers.
Okay, Melbourne, do we think that Nick Adams can run this 11.25 metre line? I bet you we do. He hasn't quite been able to do it in the previous 2 rounds. I think he's got 4 both rounds. Let's see how he goes. Nick Adams, good start on 1. This is 11.25, 38 off for the big Melbourne, the local skier with big crowd support. He's on time, around 4. He's looking good. Cross to 5. He's around 5. He's pretty late for 6. He should get there, though. He's around 6. Can he get out the exit gates? Oh, not quite. Still a good score. 5.5 on the 11.25 metre line. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Your local lad representing you out there on the Yarra River. It's a good score. Could have been better, though, if he had been able to get out those exit gates and had a crack at 10.75.
Yeah, let's have a look at that replay. Just got further and further down course, and I thought after his turn at 4 ball here, might have been in with a chance, and then sort of had a massive 5 ball as well. As we see here, just gets it and leans as hard as he can. Did he make it back to the wakes with the handle? He tried. I'm not quite sure if he even got through the gates. Yes, that official score coming through, a 5.5 on the 11.25.
Well, it confirms what we thought. You're going to have to run 11 to win the event. You're going to have to run 11 to get on the podium, I'm sure. It's a great score from Nick Adams. Probably won't be enough in the end, but it's a good first up effort. Probably sends a bit of a positive message down to the dock. You know, he's skied 1.5 buoys better than he has in the previous rounds here, which will send a message to the dock to say, hey, things must be a little bit better on the river than they were yesterday and the day before. Just have to wait and see how things unfold.
But as you mentioned, Glenn, earlier about the tides, we've just hit high tide. It's going to start to move. They're going to have that tail current on that first pass. Maybe he thought it wasn't as running as fast as what he thought maybe before he went out there. We go next to the Junior US Masters Slalom Champion. He's out here. He's had a score in the LCQ of that 4 at 11.25 to get himself his spot today. Bautista Amata. High hopes for this young kid.
Yeah, just a youngster out of Argentina. I think his first trip to the Yarra. No, he was here last year. Apologies then. But great opportunity for his career to be in a MOOMBA Masters Slalom final. As you said, he major title so far, the US Junior Masters Slalom title. It's going to start on the 13 metre line.
Just getting the word that we are going to be taking off. 58 k's the boat speed for our men's slalom. Bautista Amata, 13 metre line length. He's got a lot of work to do. See if he can get a score on a 10.75. Personal best is on the 10.75. So here he comes. Nice. Should be a nice, easy opening pass for Bautista Amata. 1 ball's nice, early for 2. Little bit of a ski chatter at 2 ball, but stays on it nicely. They're into buoy 4, edging to 5, and looking good so far. They're 13 metres, Glenn, through.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done. Youngster in this MOOMBA Masters Slalom final. Starts well on the 13 metre line, no issues. Just a replay here.
Pretty well in control throughout the whole pass. Line stays tight. Great work there for our youngster. As Nick Adams makes his way back. Bit disappointed not being able to hold on to it out through the exit gates and get a score at 10.75. It's one of those ones. If you don't see a Nick Adams, name on the start list at MOOMBA, you'll be bring him back next year, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's always good to have a local Melbourne boy competing well. Been a great servant of Australian water skiing over many years, says Nick Adams. Former Australian slalom record holder. Okay, back on the water now, 12-metre line from the city end. Bautista Armada out of Argentina. Good start on one. This is 35 off, 12 metres. Getting it done at the moment. Oh, a bit of slack line and break forward on 4. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to be late for 6. He gets 6. Can he get out the gates? Oh, just, wow. It's balls of slack there as he came around 6, but managed to control it well and runs. Runs the 12-metre line. And under the Swan Street Bridge, we'll shorten on to the 11.25 metre. Okay, so after scraping his way through that 12-metre pass, this young Argentinian, Bautista Armada, is going to be back in on the 11.25 metre line. Shouldn't be too long, it'll be under the Swan Street Bridge.
And we'll have a special guest joining us shortly up here in the commentary booth. We'll announce that just in a few moments, but we'll get Bautista through this next pass. 11.25, Glenn. He's coming under the Swan Street Bridge now. Needs all of this pass. Get himself set up. Waiting now. Going to pull out on those entry gates. Going to eye them off. Of course, you have to go through those entry gates. Turns in, looks to 1 ball. Nice start here. Gets good angle into 2 ball. Stands up nice and tall. Does hit the rollers around 2 ball. And unfortunately, no. 1.5, Glenn. On the 11.25 is going to be the score for Bautista Armada.
Yeah, and unfortunate there. He needed a big start, and he was going for it out there, but couldn't get it together here on 2 ball. Well, Jared, we're welcoming special guest here, of course, newly crowned women's slalom champion, Whitney Reaney.
Yeah, Whitney joining us up here in commentary. Whitney, congratulations on another MOOMBA Masters title. Look, tough conditions have been pretty tough. You had to fight your way through the LCQ to take the win. You must feel pretty good, though, being the winner.
It's a good day to ski on the Yara, that's for sure. It was definitely challenging this year all the way through, and that's a little different experience than I've had in years past. So today I went off the dock first, and I decided that I had nothing to lose because I was just grateful to be in the finals, to be honest, and I had to let go of my ego all weekend long and just be grateful that I was there to live to die another day on the Yara. So I was able to just ski fearlessly this morning, and really thankful that I was able to get through that 11-meter pass. And what I didn't want to do is get to this year like I did last year and get second place again. So I tried to turn it. Came up a little short of getting past 2 ball, but I'm super excited. That's my 10th win here in slalom.
That deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Whitney Reaney, 10-time women's slalom champion. Now, I know you didn't want to go down that path. It certainly wouldn't have been the game plan from back at home, having to fight your way into the LCQ. Do you like the LCQ format? I know it saved you this year when you're going home with nothing, but do you like the LCQ format?
I will say when I first started coming here, we had the semifinal round and then the other cut round. There was like preliminary, semifinal, and final round. And I did like skiing 3 times because even though the river's different every time, you can still get information from your sets. So I think that it was God planned, and I just needed that second set to get my gates right. That I got my gates right in the second set, and I just didn't have the confidence to ski properly on that river. I experienced some really challenging conditions last night with the jet boats and the guys down at that end. So I knew more of how the rollers were going to be, and today felt a little bit better to me. Still very, very challenging in a lot of ways because the river's high right now, but I was able to know the conditions better. So I am very grateful for that LCQ round, and I'm thankful that I was able to squeeze my way through to the finals. And honestly, skiing first today was also a blessing, I think, because I just took my fearless attitude out there, and it worked. My score held through all of those skiers. It was the longest delay in celebrating a win that I have ever had.
Well, we'll hold you there, Whitney, because we've got some word. Our next skier is on the water, Glenn, and he's going to be Damien Eade.
13 metre, 32 off. I was going to say it's his first ever professional slalom final, but it might actually be his first ever professional slalom tournament. Youngster, just 16 years of age, out of Florida. Has Canadian and New Zealand heritage, of course. Across the 3 ball, looking comfortable at the moment on the 13 metre line.
I love that these boys are skiing so well. I call them boys because they're so young. They skied in the Junior Worlds this summer, and came down to the 2 of them last summer. It came down to the 2 brothers, Damien and Jaden, to decide who the winner was going to be. So it's got to be a pretty interesting dynamic for their family.
Same in the juniors this year too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't have to run off this year,
Well,
right?
no.
It went to backup
It was just
score
a
or
tie.
something.
They had a tie. But again, Glenn, that looked really nice, didn't it?
Oh,
nice
absolutely.
pass there from Damien.
Yeah, and expect that from Damien. He's handled the Yarra very well over right through Junior Moomba because he's the Junior Moomba champion, as we just said.
So they're trading titles because
Yeah.
Jaden won the Junior Worlds, and now Damien has won the Junior Moomba.
Absolutely, to share it around. And as you say, in the the final of both rounds, so both tournaments, they were tied.
Maybe this is the tiebreaker between them. Who gets on top in the open Moomba ranks?
There you go. They're very close in age. I know that. Do we know how many months between them?
It's only 11, maybe.
It's very
it's
close
very
in age.
close.
So they are basically the same age. And
Irish twins, I think we call
is
that.
that what, yeah, they may as well be twins.
So 12 metre line now, 35 off here for Damien Eade. From the city end of the Yarra. Through the gates he goes, round 1. Across to 2. Doing okay here, not the greatest turn on 2, but he's on time. Round 4 he goes, a little bit slow out of 4, but he'll get to 5. He gets 5 and he runs that 12 metre pass.
Yeah,
well done,
nice.
Damien.
Is there anything you want to tell if you've been out there, you've already had your set? Anything you want to say, maybe give these the boys a bit of a heads up about what might be happening out there?
Well, I think the conditions have already changed because
Yeah.
you can see those bubbles running down the river now. So there's current now, where when we were skiing it was pretty still, but it's still very high. And so they're going to feel the movement, and they're going to be feeling the current now under their ski. And specifically where I felt that it was the most rolly and uncomfortable was down
Sydney end?
Sydney end at 5 ball. That's where I felt that there was some trouble. That's where Regina and I both got into trouble at different passes. But so that's kind of what I felt out there for the rollers. I felt the middle section was actually the best section, where sometimes that
That was
straight
my
across-
concern, especially
yeah.
with the rain we had last night, if there was extra water coming
Yeah.
through the drain over the opposite side. But
The middle of the course felt really good today, I will say that. So once the guys get some starts at 10-7 today, I think we can probably see them go a little bit further than they were going in the preliminary rounds.
So Damien skied, I think I'm right in saying he skied 3 times this week at Moomba, or over this weekend at Moomba. Every time he's got 4 on the 11.25, 4 at 38. He needs a little bit more today. He's going to have to somehow find a way to run this pass, and as Whitney just said, he's got that tail current pushing him down, so this won't be easy. This will be a challenge for Damien Eade here on the 11.25 metre line.
So interestingly, with the tail current, they will actually feel like the boat doesn't have to work so hard. So sometimes it's actually easier to stay in rhythm with the boat in the tail current versus the head current. So we'll see how he gets a strong gate's going to be really important down that end.
Okay, here's Damien Eade now, 11.25. Good one ball, good
Great.
start. He's early for 2. Breaks
Got a
forward
little
on
hitch.
2, starting to get in a bit of trouble here. Late on 3, but he's doing
He looks in
okay.
better
Come on,
condition.
Damien Eade. Round 4 he goes.
Go.
Across the 5. Does he get 6? Can he
Go.
run the 11.25 metre line?
Amazing.
Oh, out the gate.
Amazing
Sensational stuff.
skiing.
Put your hands
That was
together,
great.
Mel. For a
Amazing.
youngster, that's an absolute ripper of a slalom score.
Very impressive skiing out there. Like I said, it comes down to this gate down here, and he got a really strong gate. That's what hooked him up so well at that 1 ball, and he was just going. Had a little hitch here at 2 ball, but he didn't lose any speed, so he was just really skied that so strong and aggressively. Got in a little bit of trouble here at 5 ball, but man, what a strong pass. Great skiing.
Yeah, great work there from Damien Eade through the 11.25, now 10.7, Glenn. This is where it comes down to it. What's he going to expect here, Whitney? Do you find that when you cut out into this head current, does your ski sort of want to just stop when you get to sort of the board? You have to stay under the hand a little bit longer?
I will say that I don't notice as much what it's doing under my feet as much as I notice what I guess I need to do because of what the boat is doing.
Yeah.
So down here, he's gonna feel fast coming into the course, but it's also the curve coming into the course, so he's gonna have to make sure, again, this place is so important to get a good gate, and we'll see how he comes through down there when the boat straightens up. If he can get a good strong gate down there, he can get some freedom at 1, 2 ball. We'll have to see how he gets through that, because I'll be impressed.
Well, here he comes out, Damien Eade. This is 10.75, 39 off. What can he do? Into 1 ball he goes. Round 1. Well, not the greatest of ones, unfortunately. Pops the handle. So 1, I'd say, unofficially there on the 10.75 metre line.
I will say 11 meters feels like 10.75 out there today. So that was amazing skiing. And if he ran 1 extra pass in a record tournament, he'd be pumped. So that's great skiing today here on the river for Damien.
So we'll look down this start list. Next will be Austria. We'll have Nicholas Attenson. We'll have Joel Poland, Great Britain. Freddie Winter, your defending MOOMBA Masters champion. And then Lucas Cornell before we'll have our transit break. Whitney, who have you got watches? Matt watching on back home. Zane watching. Were they watching this morning?
They were watching. It was a long wait. My grandparents usually tune in to watch. My parents, obviously. My brother texted me actually this morning. He goes, "Why did you and Regina go first?" And I said, "Well, clearly you weren't following the rest of the tournament because we didn't have a good start." But anyway, Jason was watching. Matt, my in-laws always tune in. Paige sent me a congratulations as soon as I skied. So I know Paige and Robert were tuning in too. Paige and Robert Pagozzi, our newlyweds. And I have some really good friends who just always support me and watch me. So my friend Molly Maloney was also tuning in. And
Nice.
Yeah, so lots of friends and family watching back home, and I'm super grateful for it.
Well, as he's down there, Melbourne, let's give him a round of applause. He's your new leader in the men's slalom with 1 on the 10.75. Damien Eade from the USA. Or Glenn, as you say, he's half New Zealand. You've claimed him.
He's also half
Canadian.
By blood, he's half Canadian and half New Zealand. By birth location, he's American.
Yeah, we're closer to New Zealand at the moment, though. So and plus, his grandfather Murray's here, and we're all scared of Murray, so we'll have to call him a Kiwi a little bit here today. But great result from Damien. Nikki Antonsam now from Austria up next. Part of that Austrian team that won the team's trophy at the University Worlds last weekend in Auckland. So we'll get to see him have a crack here out on the Yarra.
Yeah, well done there to Damien. Nicky, of course, is a professional karaokeist. Glenn has a great lungs for singing. Well, let's see. I've actually said, he said if he wins MOOMBA this weekend, he's going to get up and sing in front of this whole crowd. So it's something to look forward to, maybe not. But as he runs through that opening pass there, Glenn, on the 13-metre line.
Yeah, wonderful stuff there. completes the 13-metre line. No worries at all. Back in, shorten now to the 12-metre pass at the city end.
You're just saying there, Whitney, that the current's moving. Is there anything you do from a skiing point of view if you're waiting on the start dock to see or sort of gauge how fast it's moving, or do you just kind of use your visuals to determine how fast?
I mean, when you're down there, you can see the bubbles moving too. So what we can't see is the trails that become apparent behind the buoys, which hasn't started happening too much yet, but those tails will indicate that it's moving quite quickly. And what I found interesting during the trick event earlier, I think it was another day, but how much they were adjusting the speed for how little the river looked like it was moving. So they were adjusting it by half a mile an hour. And that is very significant when you're talking about slalom skiing, because they're not adjusting the speed. It's still going GPS 36 miles an hour down the course, but what they're feeling under their ski is going to feel different for sure.
Yeah. Well, Glenn, here we go. It is Nicholas Atkinson onto the 12-metre line now, going to pull out on our ski nautique. And we want to get a good start here at 12.
Yeah, well, he does. Out of 1, across to 2 he goes. Looks good at the moment. Does the Austrian. Oh, not a good 3-ball, though. He's got himself in a bit of trouble here, but decent 4-ball. I think he's done enough to run the pass now.
Yeah.
Heads across to 6. And in the end, good enough on the 12-metre line.
Yeah, looking nice there. Going to bring him back 11.25, knowing the score to beat is currently 1 on the 10.75. Whitney, you, of course, Team Nautique athlete. You get to ski behind a ski in most days.
Yeah.
You, what's your favourite thing about the boat?
I always say I just love dancing with the ski nautique because it just feels like home to me, and especially with my husband driving for me every day, there's a special dance that you have to get in rhythm with the boat to feel power, and the boat is always going to be there and strong for me out of the finish of the turn. So I would say that's my favorite thing about the nautique, just the steady, strong, consistent pull. It's also just a beautiful boat to look at. They've got amazing colors to choose from.
Is yours
And
pink this year?
I don't have a pink one anymore. We'll have to talk to Brian because he didn't let me have a pink one this time around. But I chose his favorite colors because he loves blue boats, and blue's my second favorite color, and I got it to match the color of my baby's eyes. So, yeah, but I'm just super grateful to get to train behind the ski nautique every day. It's definitely the best in the business, and just continues to be a strong force in sponsoring all these amazing tournaments all over the world. We're super grateful for having Nautique.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of Brian, you might have just got yourself in trouble, Whitney.
I might have just earned myself a pink boat, though, because I just won my 10th MOOMBA Masters title, Brian.
I'm just waiting for the call now for Nicholas Atkinson to come back on the 11.25. Here he comes. Going to dial up, as Whitney just said. The GPS system's going to pull him up 58 Ks, 36 miles an hour under the Swan Street Bridge. Glenn, here he comes.
Well, this is the test, isn't it? 38 off 11.25 with that tail current. Absolute must run if he wants to be anywhere near the podium. So this is a big pass coming up now for the Austrian. Nicky Atkinson. Round 1, it's a good start out of 2. Looks good at the moment. Can he maintain it for all 6 boys? Across the 4 he goes. Starting to get a little bit late on 4. He needs a big 5-ball. Round 5. I don't know if he can get the 6. He pulls all the way and he's inside 6, folks. 5 on the 11.25 for Nicky Atkinson, and he'll be disappointed with that result, I would think, Whitney.
I would think so, too. I mean, that start was exactly what he needed. He had a good gait here. And then he just was so powerful off the wake. I was thinking, wow, he's looking great. I mean, that was a perfect hookup out of 1. Amazing connection out of 2. 3 was great. He just started to get into a little bit of trouble. He sucked up a bunch of line here at 4-ball, and then that 5-ball is just unrelenting, and he wasn't able to get to 6-ball. So close. So it was amazing skiing up until that point, but he's definitely going to go home disappointed.
Just shows how tough it is out there with that tail current starting to pick up a little bit. It's tough, as Whitney said, it's tough either way, though. Coming into the current, it's tough. So it's just the Yarra, really. It's just, and some years it changes, too, because this year it's just been super tough to ski on, no matter what tide level, high tide, low tide. Put your hands together, though, Melbourne. He's come all the way from Austria. called in at the University Worlds in Auckland. He's had a great trip down under, Nicky Anderson. He looks a little disappointed out there, but I'm sure he's going to look back fondly from his MOOMBA memories.
I guess just watching him ski, it's very clear that it's a little more challenging down as you get closer to the Sydney end. And that's where I think we sometimes let our guard down when we're running that hard pass and you're in a good shape and you get to 4 or 5, you think you can start safetying those turns. But in these conditions, the Yara is unrelenting down at this end. So they're going to have to make sure that they're really strong and turning every buoy all the way to the finish. There's 6 buoys in that course, guys.
Yeah, you don't make it. You can't run a course if you're only turning one buoy, can you?
But even, that's the thing, a lot of times if we get one safety turn, we can still get through that 11-meter pass. But
you can't do that
not here.
I know you just, a video was just released by TWBC about last year's MOOMBA, and you said what your preparation for MOOMBA is run 38s, because you know that if you can just get consistently running 38 so early in the season, it really helps you here.
It definitely helps you to be able to run 38 or 11 meters in lots of wind, in crosswind. You know, I just ski. When I'm training for MOOMBA, I ski in conditions I would never ski in, because in Orlando this time of year, it's quite chilly. And that's part of the reason why I like coming to MOOMBA, because it starts my season off
in the warmth.
Well, I get to compete in the warmth, but when I'm training, there's days when I would not go skiing if it was not for training for MOOMBA. So that's the...
It forces you into getting into that training mindset.
And Whitney is not someone who just goes water skiing for fun. I water ski for a purpose, and if I don't have a tournament on the calendar...
You're not going to ski.
I'm not that into it. I love competing.
That's good. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
I love being here. The city is so wonderful. Here's Joel Pullen. He's our boy from Matt Reaney's water ski school.
Yeah.
He's a radar athlete, and he is our world record holder in overall. He's doing all 3 events this weekend here, and he's making his way through his first pass at 13 meters. And I know he's going to want to improve upon his score from the preliminary round.
In each of the finals, too, which is even better, even more...
Yeah, even the night jump final he made right last night. So we'll be seeing him. He already got his 3rd place podium in tricks this morning. And I know he wants to do some incredible things for us here, and he thrives on difficulty and challenges, and he thrives also on having the audience watching him. So you guys are in for a treat.
He definitely is. He got the crowd pumped up last night in night jump. Yeah, the crowd was going wild. The boys jumped an absolute storm last night, but great opening pass there on that 13 metres. We short him to the blue, shortening the 12-metre line, bring him back from the city end. Glenn looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah, no problems at all. A little bit of a bobble on 2, but he was never really in any danger there on that 13-metre pass. The 12-metre coming up now. Joel will just be kind of collecting intel, I think, on these first couple of passes, just getting to feel things out. And then that 11.25, doesn't matter who you are. I mean, Joel Pollen's the best male skier of his generation, basically, across all 3 events. But it's still the Yarra River, and by the time he gets to 11.25, it's going to be challenging for him, so we look forward to it.
It's hard to explain to people, isn't it? We need, for someone to be able to do what Joel's done, be able to trick 12,000 points, run 10.25 and trick and jump 70 metres. That's phenomenal effort. But here we go, Glenn.
There's Joel Pollen now, 12-metre line from the city end. Rears up a bit on 1, out of 2. Hanging in there now. Round 3, making up for a bad start. He's in a bit of trouble here. Round 4, slack really line on 4, over to 5. Round big 5 zone, and he runs the 12-metre line.
Hopefully he figured himself out on that pass. Holy moly. That was about as bad of a one ball as you can get. Thank goodness it was 12 meters and not any shorter. This is horrible.
He's almost stood up and stopped on 1 ball.
Okay, so 2 ball wasn't bad, but he almost fell with that deep 3 ball. And then just got back into rhythm, and he was fine. But that is the current moving under your feet right there. So the boat's working hard to keep up to that speed, and the boat is constantly trying to run away with that.
Just hearing word there, Glenn, that I believe we've lost a gate camera
There's something in front of it. I don't know which end it is, but maybe a flag or a branch, or I don't know if there's a spectator or something. I'm not sure. But something blocking the view of one of the gate cameras. We're not sure which end it is. So we'll get that sorted.
But yeah, going back to what I said just before Joel came in, being able to do that and ski at that level in all 3 events, you were a 3-eventer.
Yeah. I was never quite at that level because I always had a one event that wasn't my strongest. Though at MOOMBA one year, that is where I got my personal best in jump. Anyway, he works harder than anybody I know, and he also enjoys water skiing more than anyone I know. So he's the real deal. This man reads books when he's not skiing, and he's just always trying to be better.
Is he as laid back when he's training at home?
Yes.
What do we see?
Yes, he's always goofing around. He's a full-time goofball, but also just one of the kindest hearts that you'll ever meet. He's one of the biggest fans of all of his competitors that you'll ever meet, and he's a great human.
Well, let's hopefully wish him well next. I think we're just going to continue on. We've got the gate camera back, and we will bring on Joel now onto the 11.25 metre line. He needs to run this past still with the current lead score, Damien Eade of the USA with 1 on the 10.75. Joel Poland now on to the 11.25. Glenn, here we go.
Yeah, and there's a few rollies just on 2 bob. No idea where they've come from. They look new to me. So here he is, big 1 ball. What a massive 1 ball. Here he comes out of 2. He's on time. Joel Poland, 11.25 metre line. Can he run the pass? Round 4, getting late now, but he's got 5. He should get to 6. Across the 6 he goes. Oh, put your hands together. Joel Poland runs the 11.25 metre line.
That was very strong skiing all the way through that. Coming back this way, he's going to have to work.
Sorry, Whitney. If there's actually on the north bank, there's someone standing in front of the camera. If you can hear me over there, not quite sure if you can. Right next to DeWalt, there's a couple standing over there. They're right in the middle of the camera, back towards our gates. Not quite sure though. I don't think that. Oh, someone may have just been given the nod.
Interesting.
There you go. Get him out the way, I think.
Jeez. Well, big pass here from Joel. Big 1 ball. It's got to be one of the biggest 1 balls we've seen. So plenty of time for 2.
He's going to need another big 1 ball here because he's going to need to get pretty far down this pass to put himself on the podium. And I think that he wants more than just a podium spot today. He's searching for that first pro slalom win.
He's here to win it. It's Joel Poland. First time back at MOOMBA for probably almost 5 years. Great to have him back here. And this is 10.75. Current leader's 1 full boy here from Damien Eade. So gets outside 2. He takes the lead. But as Whitney says, he wants more. He's here to win it. So here he is, Joel Poland now. 10.75 metre line. Jared.
Yeah, let's see if he can get this good start. It's the width and kick into 1. Oh, he sits back though on the ski in 1 ball. He's going to turn 2. Oh, just clips the boy at 2 ball.
That's 2 ball. Well, we tied, Joel.
Yeah.
That's not what he wants out there for sure. He actually got a pretty good gate, I think. But it's challenging down at that end for sure. And here we go. See, great gate. Just got that same 1 ball that he got at 35. And we'll see if the score comes through 1.5 there.
Yeah, just getting word, just getting some judges' calls. They're going to go back to video review for Joel on that score. But yeah, Whitney said he had a really nice start here at the gate. Just got the ski reared up, didn't he? Is that just the current pushing and stopping you, and you've got to kind of keep moving with the boat?
Honestly, that boat is running. Like, it's just having to keep up with the rivers pushing the boat slower, pushing it back, so it's having to work harder. So the boat is trying to run away from the skier, and so it makes it a lot more challenging for us as the rope gets really short. You have to be high on the boat, and what we're used to is not the boat running on us like that. So unfortunately, it just takes away a little bit of that width, and Joel's not one of the tallest slalom skiers out there, so it just got him there. It pulled away from him at 1 ball, and then really had no space for him to get out and make an effort at 2.
He's taking the lead.
Yeah, Melbourne.
Yeah. Now we go to the defending champion.
Yes, and what a story this man has.
Yeah, well, Melbourne, while he's there in front of you, please put your hands together for your leader in the men's slalom final, Joel Poland of Great Britain.
Yeah, he's the new leader. I know he's not going to be super pumped on that score, but it's the best that he could do today, and that's all we can ask for. He gave it his all. He never laid up, and that's the tattoo on his arm. So great job, Joel.
Yeah, defending MOOMBA Masters champion.
The action just keeps rolling on, doesn't it? And excitement aplenty. We go from the wonder kid, Joel Poland, to the defending champion, Freddie Winter. Broken leg last, I think it was the end of June. I think it was in Monaco, trying to remember. And has come back, first tournament back after breaking his leg. The defending champion here at MOOMBA. And two-time world champion, of course, defending world champion as well, is Fred Winter.
Starting on the 13-metre line and looking good so far. Strong through the wakes, and that's a nice opening pass. Put your hands together, Melbourne, for Freddie Winter.
So country mate to Joel. Fred is, I know he was super dedicated this spring. He was very excited to be back on the water, and he was posting a lot on social media. That first setback, falling at one ball multiple times. But that is the climb back. I mean, all of us who've been injured in this sport, just the climb back to the top is something that we crave, and Freddie has done a really amazing job of it. And he's in really good spirits, and he's super grateful to be here. So it'll be an exciting time to watch him right now.
For you getting ready, not only just for MOOMBA, but for in general, you spend time on the water. What do you do off the water? Do you go to the gym? Are you running? What sort of off-water fitness do you look after?
Yeah, I think all of us do a little bit of something. Maybe not Nate. Nate had his own unique way of training, but for most of us, we have an off-water routine as well. So we're in the gym multiple times a week. I know for some it's a lot more. I assume for Freddie, he was doing a lot in the gym this spring, doing physical therapy still and trying to get as strong as he could because, I mean, you need your legs to be strong. Skiing is going to be your best upper body strengthener ever, but we definitely have to make sure we're strengthening our legs and working on our cardio as well, because if we can recover at the end of the lake, then we can have a better opportunity to have our full strength for the passes. So here he comes back at 35 off, 12-meter line.
Yeah, 12-meter line now from that city end. Into one he goes. Comes out of one, over to two. Getting it done at the moment. Round three ball. Easy as you like for Freddie Winter. Cross to five. And that's a nice 12-metre pass. No worries at all out there, of course, as you'd expect from the defending champion.
Yeah, and Freddie, just in general, is one of the most powerful skiers in our sport. You can see the strength behind the boat, and his ski looks like it's working really well out there, actually, on the river. It looks like it's gripping and ripping. So this will be, well, I'm excited to watch him come back at 11 and see how far he goes.
He knows he needs to run this next pass, 11.25. Still scores down a lot from previous years. And I know there's been a few forums going a bit berserk as to why it can't be that bad. I was talking to Ricardo Botas earlier, going his first time to MOOMBA. He goes, it looks nice. Why is it not skiing the way it looks like it should be skiing? But, yeah.
I think in general, the water is just higher than it typically is. Like the high tide is a lot higher than the high is normally, and the low is, I think overall, the water's just higher, which makes it a little more challenging with the backwash, because even though there are some backwash systems in place, just the shoreline itself has been eroded, and that creates kind of a wall for the waves to come back. And look at how this is moving now. Are they doing the jet stuff down there?
I think there is some jet skis down the bottom. That's a little bit, could be a bit of wind too.
A little bit of wind, a little bit around the ramp. You can see the water moving with the current.
Yeah.
I will look out this time. I haven't actually seen the jetpacks yet today, but maybe they are. I just haven't seen them on the webcast.
Yeah, it could just be the movement around the jump and a little bit of wind there.
Do you think that may be why two-ball is quite hard at that end, especially if you've got a tail current? You've got the jump in the way, sort of a two-ball, so that's going to disrupt the flow of the actual tide or of the flow of the river going down.
Yeah, can we get that jump out of the way for slalom?
No. Let's not do that. All right, Melbourne, here we go. Freddie Winter onto the 11.25. Let's get him through this one and challenge for the lead of 1.5. He definitely wants to be a back-to-back MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion. Needs to run this pass. See if he can get the good start, is what we've seen so far. Oh, yes, nice start here at 1. Great edge change. Loads up out of 2-ball now. Nice slack hit there at the 3 now, working into boy number 4. He's going to run the 11.25. Oh, a little bit late at a 5-ball, but put your hands together, Melbourne runs the 11.25. Freddie Winter of Great Britain.
So powerful. That That was a great pass. Only got into just a little bit of trouble at that weird 5-ball. It really is strange but look at how fast he is on his gate. So strong, so powerful. Never any doubt on this pass that he was just going to stay strong. See, he's in rhythm with the boat, and when you're in rhythm with the boat, then the rollers don't matter quite as much, and the movement under your feet doesn't matter quite as much. But that is a strong, strong 11-meter pass on the Yara. And 10.75, the leader pass coming up. Next, our leader is 1.5 at this next pass coming up, Joel Poland.
Yeah, he looks strong. He looks good, the defending champion out there. This is the test, though. Every quarter of a buoy is going to count here. Obviously needs a good gate and a good start on one. But he is, obviously, once he gets to 1.5, every quarter of a buoy is going to count. Still some very good skiers on the dock. First job is to get ahead of Joel Poland. Then he needs to look to, like we've said, try and run the pass. But even if he can get 3 or 4, I think it's going to be a good score out here today.
I think so too. We're going to keep our eyes on that 2-ball because the start down here is challenging. The boat is turning as it comes into the course where they're going to need to pull out. So the gate is critical. The boat is also going faster, trying to keep up with the current going this direction. So we'll see how his gate comes and if he can get a hookup out of 1-ball.
Okay, big moment now. 10.75, Freddie Winter, round 1. Not a great one, but he's across the 2. He's going to get around 2. Can he get the 3? He's working hard for 3. He's inside 3.
Yeah.
But put your hands together, folks. Yeah. 2 on the 10.75. We have our new leader, Freddie Winter. He's disappointed, but I don't know if he should be so disappointed. It's tough out there.
It is tough out there, and honestly, he safety turned 2-ball to make sure he didn't fall there. Didn't get a great 1-ball, but it was okay. There's a lot of rollers happening there at 2-ball, and I think he didn't do a horrible job. I think that safetying 2-ball is good because now that puts the pressure on the rest of the pack that if they want to get straight ahead of Fred, they're going to have to turn that 2-ball, and it's a risky business right there.
Yeah, you're risking, aren't you? If you try and turn it and try for 3, if you fall in, then Freddie's going to be there.
Right.
But as he's there on the pickup boat, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your new leader in the men's slalom final from Great Britain, Freddie Winter. Just trying to get him out of the water. But
that
great work there from Freddie.
Very strong, very powerful skiing out of Freddie. And that gate and that 1-ball are critical down there. He had the power, and I know he's disappointed, but that was great skiing. Good job, Freddie.
Yeah, to come back from where he's been just 10 months ago, to be up here, competing at the top level here, and to perform for us out there on Yarra. It's just hats off to him. Yeah. As you can see, he looks bummed, but look, he's still the leader. He's still hopeful to get, he could still win it from here.
He could.
You never know.
He is our leader. So, leader on the dock.
Well, Australia, here's the young superstar of Australian water skiing at the moment, Lucas Cornell from Queensland. He's been in such good form over the last 12 months. Won a pro event, of course, in the United States back in the summer, and then went this last Aussie summer, the last couple of months, he's been running 10.75 in all kinds of conditions. Jared, and the word on the street is he's the great Aussie hope, of course, to end a 30-year drought for Australia. Australia haven't won men's slalom here since Brett Thurley in 1995, so the weight of a nation on Lucas Cornell's shoulders. Let's see how he goes here. This will be 13 metre to start, Jared.
Yeah, here he comes. Let's get him through this one. I know that Melbourne and the whole of Australia have their weight on Lucas's shoulders, but it won't matter a bit here as he cruises his way through that first pass there on the 13-metre line.
What a great skier Lucas is. I mean, this kid is just on fire every time he goes out to ski. I had the privilege of winning the Travers Grand Prix alongside Lucas in the fall and had a nice interview with him on TWBC, and it was interesting to listen to him speak and his wisdom that he has at such a young age, honestly, and it was really fun to do an interview with him and get to know him a little bit. He's a great athlete, great competitor, and I think an all-around great kid, isn't he?
They're just good Aussie battlers, aren't they? The Cornells, the Aussie battlers, are originally from Victoria, up in Mildura, and then down to Victoria, and then moved up to Queensland, and it's great to have Lucas here. And I still remember that Masters, the Junior Masters 2 years ago, when he ran that tailwind, and everyone just thought, wow, where has this kid come from?
Yeah, he did burst onto the scene, but sometimes the Aussies do that. Even Fred Winter did that. You know, you kind of stay home. It's a long way to go to America. And then when you finally go, it's like, whoa, look at this amazing athlete. So it's fun to watch him come up and spend some time in the U.S. last summer and really break through. He doesn't leave much on the line. He goes for it.
Sure does. Here we go. 12-metre line coming up now from the city end for Lucas Cornell, the Aussie hope in this slalom final. Through the gates he goes, around 1. Nice start on 1, across to 2. Looks good at the moment. Over to 3. Round 3, getting it done. 12-metre line, 35 off. Lucas Cornell, no problems whatsoever. That is a beautiful pass.
Nice skiing from Lucas there. Just note, if you're watching us on the webcast or here, we are going to go to a river transit break after Lucas. Then we'll have our top 3 skiers, Jaden Eade, Thomas de Gasperi and Charlie Ross after the river transit break. So how do you think that changes a bit of the dynamics there, Whitney? You kind of lose a little bit of atmosphere, and from a ski's point of view, you're kind of ready, you're watching people go. Do you think it sort of breaks up a little bit? Do you reckon it's a positive or a negative for those skiers skiing third of the top 3?
I mean, the fact that they know that there's a river transit, that helps a little bit, but I know the top athletes are not used to having a delay before they go ski. So for me, even today, having the delay before I skied, because I was the first skier out, it definitely plays into the atmosphere, as you say. Today, it was actually really beneficial for me because I was able to calm and just be in my own space. So I think that these guys, they're great athletes, and I think a lot of times in practice, all the time in practice, it's not like you have the excitement. So it could be just a little bit more laid back, and we may see them perform at a really high level and just bring it. And
do you think mentally, what do you think's more, if you had to rank in a percentage, your actual skiing ability and then your mental capacity, what do you think's the breakdown? Do you think slalom in particular is more of a mental game, or is it more of a physical game? I know you always see...
That's an interesting point, because it is definitely both. At a high level, it's definitely both. But the change that you can make in your mind is the most powerful thing, and it determines your future. So whether you believe you can or you can't, it's going to happen. And any doubt is what we need to shut out. Here comes Lucas at 11-metre line. It's a must-run.
Massive moment for Lucas. Massive moment for Australia. 11.25 with a pretty decent sort of a tail current starting to run now from the Swan Street Bridge in. Round 1 he goes. Not a good start. Round 2. Big 2-ball load. It's back on this. Round 3. Breaks forward on 3. He's fighting hard, the Aussie. Big 4-ball. Cross to 5. Round 5. He'll get to 6. Yeah. And Lucas Cornell runs the 11.25-metre line. How do you like that one, Australia? Sensational.
So slow start, strong finish. This is not what we've seen from any of our other athletes, because this was a little bit of a slow gait. So he probably wanted to carry a little bit more speed on that gate, but still very strong, and ended up sucking up a little bit of rope. It looks a little bit better in the rerun now that we know he got through it. But see, just the end here, 4, 5, 6, he was strong, and that's exactly what he's going to need to take into this head current 10.75. He's going to want a little more speed on his gate.
Wow. So let's set now for the Aussie. This crowd's going to have to go wild. If he can get into the lead here, he's almost going to guarantee himself a spot on the podium.
Oh, he will guarantee him.
Well, not yet.
Oh, one more. Okay, right. His unique style, I think, is quite beneficial here. He really makes sure that his ski isn't going to slide in the water. When you have that kind of grip on the Yarra River with the rollers and the current and everything, that's going to be a benefit to him, I think, today. And the way he stays back on his ski, it's very unique. A lot of us try to get over the front of our ski, but in the interview with him that I learned that he tries to stay back on his ski, and he wants to make sure that his spin is stuck in that water. So it'll be interesting to see how his 1 and 2 come from that Sydney end, and hopefully we can get to see him to go past 2-ball.
Here we go, Melbourne. Let's get up on our feet. Lucas Cornell onto the 10.75. Going to have a 2 now. Oh, he snaps 2. Yes. He's going to look for boy number 3.
He got 3.
Did he get it?
Wow.
It's good, though.
Amazing skiing. He didn't leave anything out there. He went for it, and that's the commitment it's going to take. Man, oh man, I have goosebumps. That was great skiing.
Yeah, let's
Gives
go
himself
back
a
to the
real
ring.
hot chance now in the slalom final. Geez, you'd like that one, Australia, wouldn't you?
Look at that gate. That's what he needed. That's exactly what he needed, that commitment on that gate. Actually, not as good of a one ball as I thought he had, but just full commitment at two ball and never gave up. He got a 3 full buoys, 10.75. Amazing score. New leader on the dock.
He looked like he had a similar start to what Joel did. You saw the ski sort of come up in front of him. And yeah, but Lucas, how strong he is. The power he can use, as you said, powering the legs, being able to push that ski back down and move across the course.
That two ball was magical over there too. Man, he's going to be psyched on that.
And
that was really good.
The big key there, you see him as he turned, he got the ski around the 3 ball back to the wakes. The full 3 is going to make a big difference too.
It is, because these guys, I mean, I thought a full 2 was going to be strong. This full 3 ball, now we're working down the course, and we'll have to see what these other guys bring, but we're going to have a transit now, so we're going to have a little break so these guys can think it through.
The tension, because we're adding a whole new dimension here, because what happens, we're on transit now for 28 minutes. What happens to the conditions in 28 minutes?
It can all change, yeah.
Like, it could be great or it could be worse. Like, this is just crazy stuff. But Lucas Cornell has put himself in a great position here, though.
And what do you think, Whitney? If you got your money on someone, who do you think's going to take out this event?
I mean, there's so many powerful skiers. What's interesting now is the dynamic of the change of having these younger athletes showing up, and they're skiing at such a high level. I mean, Charlie's our top-seeded athlete, and he's still really a rookie on the pro tour, and so is Lucas. I mean, they're young dudes, and Jaden he's still a junior, and Damien. So those guys, the only one left to ski who is a veteran is Thomas de Gasperi.
The most experienced. The
most experienced. He's won here at least 2 times, maybe more, and he's a strong, strong competitor. He always has been, always is right there. So whether he's on the top of the podium or on the podium, he's always there to watch.
He's one of the most consistent slalomers, isn't he?
He's absolutely a great athlete and has been for years and years. As long as I've been a pro, he's been right there with me. I'm feeling like an old lady on the dock, so he probably feels like an old man standing beside Charlie Ross and Jaden left on the dock with him. But amazing athlete, and all the guys in this competition have really shown their stuff. I mean, that's impressive skiing out there today.
Yeah, well, it was impressive skiing from you earlier, winning your 10th MOOMBA Masters title. It's been a pleasure having you up here in the commentary box, Whitney. Question everyone wants to know, you're going to come back for an 11th.
I'm not. I want to. We want to grow our family, and leaving Matt and Zane behind these last 2 years has been really hard for me emotionally. I've done a lot of soul searching when I'm here, and I just, as much as I love this city and I love this tournament so much, it's my favorite tournament of my career. It always has been. It has this most special place, and I do hope that we will come back and watch Zane ski on the river.
Won't be too far away.
But I always had the dream to win 10, and Matt basically kicked my butt on the airplane this year, and he said, go get it. And
wow.
It's bittersweet because I love it here so much, and but we do want to grow our family again, and I just can't imagine leaving 2 little ones home to come continue to pursue something that...
and it does get expensive for a sport that you don't get a lot of help financially the way that a lot of other sports do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is.
Winning is definitely the way to go.
Yeah.
When you come all the way to Australia, it definitely pays when you win. And I have amazing support from Nautique and Radar, and they take good care of me, and I'm super thankful that I have the opportunity to be here as many times as I've been here. I've been here, this is my 11th trip, because I took a couple years off during COVID, having the baby and everything, and I'm here, and I'm so grateful to have taken home my 10th title today in slalom.
But we're not going to see you again.
It's not that
I reckon we can pull your leg to come back.
I will come back when Zane's skiing on the river, and I can just be cheerleader mom.
Oh, is that okay?
Because Zane, I mean, he's 4 years old, but he loves water skiing, and I know we'll end up making a trip over here because we do love it. And Paige and Robert are going to want to come back and ski some more. So I know we'll be back, and I'll be here to enjoy it and be on vacation and watch all the water skiing.
This could go viral. in the water ski world. So you're not retiring.
Not retiring,
You're
just retiring from MOOMBA because
let's just make that one. Let's just make that one clear.
Yeah, I have more goals left in the sport as a whole, but I think 10 MOOMBAs is a great way to leave. And I mean, I appreciate so much the organizers of this event do such a good job year after year to make sure that everything's perfect for us. And the sponsors that come back year after year to make sure that we're supported and that we have what we need to, to
be able to perform to your best.
Put on a show and do the best that we can. So, yeah, I'm just beyond grateful for the opportunity and the provision and all the things. So I'm okay with
being a ski mom.
Being a ski mom when I come back to the Yara. But I will be back on the pro tour this summer. I'm not quitting skiing altogether. I'm just saying farewell to my MOOMBA career.
No, this is heartbreaking for all of these Melbourne fans. But I got to ask you a question: has Zane got more social media followers than you do?
He's really close. I think I have like 13,500, and he's close to 10,000 now. So it's just a matter of like when the season comes, a couple more viral posts. Zane Macklin will have more followers than Whit Reaney will.
Well, Whitney, it's been a pleasure having you up here. Disappointing news for all of these Melbourne fans not going to be able to sit you out here again. And congratulations on that 10th win. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Whitney Reaney, your 2025 Women's Slalom Champion. Whitney, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure watching you here over the past 12 years that you've been coming here. So, yeah, big thank you.
It's awesome. Thank you so much for all you do, too.
So, folks, something special for us. Of course, the MOOMBA Masters doesn't become the event that it is without the help of all of our sponsors. Come over this way. I got a special lady here from Visit Denny. She is one of the organisers. What is it? The Denny Ute Muster Festival that's up at Denny. Give us a bit of an insight into what's happening around the Denny area, the Deniliquin. What do we have, 3.5 hours away here from Melbourne?
That's correct. We're 3.5 hours away. We're situated on the Edward River. We have some great accommodation along the river in the town, and we also have an amazing regional festival called the Denny Ute Muster, which is I'm here representing. which is a festival that was created in 1999, so we're still going, 27th year, and we generate 20,000 people come to Deniliquin for the event.
It celebrates not only iconic utes, but also country music and just the lifestyle you've got around Deniliquin. What are some of the key features and the key benefits of guys travelling up to Denny and maybe spending a bit of time and holidaying up in that area?
So as I said before, we've got a really lovely, great river for water sports, the Edward River in Deniliquin. Great accommodation, there's museums, art galleries, cafes, great places to eat. So it's a really lovely country town where you can come and relax, but still do all that you want to on the water, and golf too.
And you've got a stand up the back, sort of towards the back where the DeWalt team is. What sort? You got some giveaways and you got some pamphlets and official visitors guides to give away.
That's correct. We've been doing giveaways right throughout MOOMBA, where you can guess how many lollies in the jar and win tickets to the Denny Ute Master, accommodation at our Big Four and some of our other caravan parks, golf stay packages, membership, a 12-month membership at our Denny Boat Club, where they have a ski school on a Friday and we teach kids how to ski. Yeah, so lots of great prizes to give away. We also have a spinning wheel where you can spin and win prizes as well. Come and talk to us and find out all about Deniliquin.
And in regards to the Ute Muster this year, what sort of dates are we looking at? If people want to get involved and if they want to maybe buy tickets, get registered, where do they have to go?
At our website, www.dennyutemaster.com.au. Dates 3rd and 4th of October, and tickets are on sale now at our website.
Do we have any headlining acts? Am I putting you on the spot here with some headlining acts? What do you think?
It's always the big question everyone asks. We're very close to announcing our headline acts and our whole lineup.
Well, we'll wait for that one to come through. And Denny itself, I know there's a lot of people here, just social skiers that would ski up at Denny. I've actually never been up there. What do you think? What's the best? If you had to name one thing about the best part about Deniliquin, what's that number one thing?
Gosh, you're making it hard. It's the friendly atmosphere when you come into the town. I have to say more than one. Yeah, it's just the friendly vibe of the town. It's peaceful. There's so much to do, and of course the river. Oh, and I have to say Denny Ute Muster.
Well, thank you very much for the support that Visit Denny.com gives us here at the MOOMBA Masters. It's without your help and the sponsorship that Denny gives us, these events sort of can't happen. So thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already done so, make sure you book your tickets for the Denny Ute Muster there in October.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problems. We'll give you guys a bit of a short break and we'll be back with the 2025 MOOMBA Masters in just a few, maybe 10 or 15 minutes time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Yarra and for MOOMBA 2025 and watching around the world on the webcast, we are set and about to go. We've got the boat, the magnificent Nautique towboat, doing its simulation pass back down to the dock, and we will resume this exciting men's slalom final. We've got first up Jaden Eade out of the United States, the Kiwi with a New Zealand father, of course, Canadian mother, but skiing for the United States. Then, of course, former winner Thomas de Gasperi, and then, of course, the top seed Charlie Ross, all chasing an Aussie. The lead is with Lucas Cornell, and we've just had a quick transit break. We're going to resume now. Jared, this is shaping up to be one of the most exciting MOOMBA men's slalom finals ever.
Well, we just ran through Lucas, of course, taking the lead. Sort of dropped off a bit of the vibe, and the atmosphere just sort of got knocked out a little bit when we've had that transit break. But, Glenn, just before we went off air, we were talking about with the conditions change. It looks very similar, though. Mind you, there was a little bit of a tail breeze that came up during that transit break, so may have actually helped the skiers a fraction. But yeah, Jaden Eade will be off. We'll have then the most experienced man in the field, Thomas de Gasperi from Italy. And then Charlie Ross, that top seed, chasing down the Australian, Lucas Cornell. Do we think, Glenn, just talking about tactics, we're saying that it's harder to run 10-7 from the city end. We may see someone start at 12.
Oh, absolutely. It won't be Jaden Eade, though, I don't think, but either T-Gas or Charlie may consider it.
Of course, missing a couple of our pro skiers here from MOOMBA, missing Joel Howley, who was originally aimed to be here and got stuck in the cyclone up in Queensland. And, of course, Nate Smith has not made his way here to MOOMBA this year due to working commitments. But Jaden Eade, here we go. Glenn, bring us through.
13-metre line for Jaden Eade to start. Good start on one. Round two he goes. World Junior Slalom Champion, of course. Second at Junior MOOMBA. And that's a nice opening pass here on the 13-metre line for Jaden. A lot of water ski fans tuning in from back home in my home country of New Zealand. And they know the Eade family. Obviously, the Eade family synonymous with New Zealand water skiing. Grandparents Murray and Allison, life members of the New Zealand Tournament Water Ski Association. And they'll be supporting Jaden, I'm sure, in his quest to try and take the MOOMBA Slalom title.
What is the New Zealand slalom record?
It's 3 at 10.25, which is co-held Steve Cockram from many years ago, and also Aaron Larkin.
These bloody wing kids, tell ya, they get in anywhere. You put up a fence and they just jump straight over it. So Jaden now, 12-metre line, going to have the head current and that headwind that we saw during the transit break, just probably a little bit stronger than from the first 7 skiers. As we see the boat dialing up to 58 kilometres per hour, 36 miles an hour, and with Jaden Eade hanging on the back, 12 metres. Needs to get that start. Whipping effect into boy 1. Nice angle out of 1 ball. He's there at 2 as well, keeping that line tension good. Snaps 3. He's there at 4 as well. Nicely here on the 12-metre line. Jaden Eade.
Great pass.
Easy
really
out
nice
through
pass.
6.
Very nice 12-metre pass. I don't think conditions have changed too much from the completion. The current looks about the same, is running about the same, and water maybe does look just slight. I know we've got a bit of a tail breeze from the Swan Street Bridge, but there was some kind of evil-looking stuff down around 5 ball when we finished with Lucas. It seems to have gone for now, so long may that last.
I hope maybe this little wind might just knock some of those those rollers and move that movement that we see on the Yarra out. But going to come back 11.25. And don't forget, don't go anywhere after this men's slalom because we will have another transit break. And then we'll bring out our Nautique G23. The Super Air Nautique G23. We'll have our pro men's wakeboard final. Then we'll have our critically acclaimed IWWF show ski team. They'll be performing for us around about 3:30. And then to finish things off here in 2025, we'll have our women's and men's jump final. I know, Glenn, that is the one that you pencil into your calendar every single year, that jump final.
Nothing quite like the men's jump final, MOOMBA Masters. But I'll tell you what, this men's slalom final's got plenty of excitement. So we watch Jaden Eade about to come on course. He'll be under the Swan Street Bridge. He'll have the 11.25 metre line, or a 38 off, with a tail current, tail breeze, and an absolute must-run pass if he wants to get anywhere near the podium. We've got, I think, 4 skiers now with scores on the 10.75, so we've had 4 skiers complete this pass. Here comes Jaden Eade now, 11.25 metre line, 38 off, into 1. Nice start, looks strong on the start. Out of 2, oh no, he's gone off around 2. Bit of a slap of the water, he's wondering what happened, I'm sure, Jared, because he looked like he had a great start on 1. And, well, the Yarra River claims another victim. Try and watch this replay and figure out what happened here on 2 ball.
It's like the ski's body started to move through the turn and the ski sort of just stalled on him as he looked good out of the wakes. Edge change nice, reaching. May have even clipped the buoy.
So I think he pulled up narrow. He got a pretty good one, and then he maybe had a bit much time for 2 ball and just ended up narrow.
Well, I reckon he's clipped that that buoy there. Yeah, you know what? As we said, Glenn, it is the first time he's been here to the Moomba. Certainly many, many more years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Jaden Eade from the USA. Great skiing throughout the junior competition, of course, taking home the silver medal to his brother. But, yeah, not what he wanted here today.
No, it's disappointing. It's tough out there on the Yarra. He would have had a long wait, too, with the transit down there at the start dock, although it was in the program. He knew it was coming. So we now know that Lucas Cornell, at worst, is going to finish 3rd at the MOOMBA Masters, so Australia will be on the podium.
Of course, that's where he finished last year. Finished in the bronze medal spot last year. Can the Australian move up the ranks? Can we see him into at least the silver medal? 2 skiers left. Thomas de Gasperi of Italy, and then we'll have Charlie Ross of Canada.
Well, T-Gas coming up next, the most experienced competitor in this men's slalom final. Former winner, of course, multiple time on the podium. T-Gas may have only won the event once, I think, but he would have to have been on the podium 10 times, I would think.
I've got to say, last time T-Gas won Moomba, he actually stayed at my house.
Oh, well, needs to keep going back there.
Wow. I did say that to him. He didn't like my hospitality.
You didn't try and cook Italian for him, did you?
No, definitely not. Definitely, of course. He's a hometown name out of Trento in northern Italy. Family run a ski school up there. A couple of weeks I'll be driving past. I'm going to drop in and take some photos. And, of course, previous contestant on Italy's Dancing with the Stars. Personal best of 5.5 on the 10.25 metre line.
T-Gas is going to go with 32 off, 13 metre to start. He was the one guy in this final I thought might have looked at a 12 metre start. But I think he's showing respect here for the river and his experience. It's hard, though, to pick even which is the easiest way to ski right now. You know, it's like it's really confusing. I think it's tough from both directions.
Was disappointed with the 5th place last year. He's got the chance. It's wide open. Did hold the course record here for a little while, Thomas de Gasperi. But now, looking at a 2025 MOOMBA Masters crown. This is the 13-metre line. Let's see if the Italian can do it. Put the pressure back. Knock off the Australian, who's in the lead at the moment. Looking good so far. 6'5". Strapping Italian. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Thomas de Gasperi runs his first pass.
Well done. Arguably the greatest slalom skier to never have run the 10.25, the 41 off pass. I think his PB is 5.5 at 10.25. Runs a 13 metre comfortably. We'll shorten now to the 12 metre line, 35 off.
Thomas also has his own private ski school, personal ski school, I should say, in Orlando, Florida. If you're over there, over in Orlando, and you want to jump on and go and have a ski with Thomas, got his own little private lake. You've been over there, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I haven't been to T-Gas's site, either in Orlando or in Trento. No. I haven't actually ever been to Italy, Jared. Ooh. So I'm obviously hoping to head to the Open Worlds, though, in late August. So I look forward to that, my first trip to Italy.
So you are going?
Yeah, I plan to be there, yeah.
Nice. Jump up on commentary.
Yeah, I might get a little bit of a stint. You never know. See how I go.
Of course, the Open, as you said, Glenn, the Open World Championships down there in Richeto in Italy. Here we go, Glenn. 12 metres.
Yeah, 12 metre line now, 35 off for T-Gas, Thomas de Gasperi out of Italy. Looking the goods at the moment. On time and early. Across the 5 he goes. And over to 6. Nice pass on the 12 metre line.
I'll just go and recap some of those scores for those of you watching us on the webcast and maybe just joining us for the concluding stages of this men's slalom at the moment. Lucas Cornal is in the lead with 3 on the 10.75. Fred Winter from Great Britain with a full 2. And Joel Poland with a 1.5. They are your current top 3. In these tough conditions that the ERA has put on here for MOOMBA Monday. Almost down to the money pass for Thomas de Gasperi.
He looks good, though. He's, as we said, the most experienced in the field. He would have skied on the Yarra in any sort of conditions, really, when you think about it over the years. Multiple-time visitor. He would have skied on hot days, cold days, windy days, calm days, high tides, low tides, everything. Over the years, T-Gas, so...
he was trying to work out, he thinks it's about his 18th year.
Yeah, wow.
Not bad for a guy who's only 30.
Former winner, of course, of Dancing with the Stars in Italy, the Italian version of Dancing with the Stars. But coming up now, this is the crunch pass, 11.25. Thomas de Gasperi has to run this to get a shot at the podium. This is right now a little bit movie, but it's always is at MOOMBA. The current doesn't seem too bad, like it's almost slowed down on heading out. Here it comes now, 11.25, 38 off. Thomas de Gasperi, oh, not the greatest of 1 balls, into 2 he comes. Big 2 ball though, he's back on this. Round 3, getting it done. Cross the 4, round 4 he goes. Big 4 ball, over to 5. He's got 5. He's going to be late for 6, but he'll get there. Oh, put your hands together. Smart skiing from the old master. Didn't have a great start there on the 11.25, but he skied it smart and managed to get through all 6 boys.
Yeah, he did. He did what he needed to do. Didn't really fuss too much. He didn't get a great start. Just used that power of and that tall frame to move his way through the wakes and get through that pass. And was late coming to 6 ball, but got the ski around, and that is going to be a completed 11.25. 10.75 coming up. All comes down to this here for Thomas.
Yeah, tough. 3 boys, well, 3 1/4 to get the outright win. 3 would force a run-off, possibly. Still Charlie Ross on the dock, of course. So critical he gets a good start. We heard Whitney talking about it. He has to get a good gate. He's got to get a good one, set himself up here. The old master, though, experienced professional skier, if he's in any sort of trouble, I think on 3-ball, he'll stand up and he won't force it. But probably the score that he doesn't want to get is 2.5, I would think.
Yeah, of course, stating the obvious there,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's going to want to get, I think if he's in a good position here at 2, he's going to turn 3. He knows that Charlie's still to come. Charlie, of course, has had a disappointing Moomba over the years, but he looked in fine form yesterday, and we go back to the score from yesterday. He's the highest seed. So here we go, Melbourne. Second last competitor. Can Thomas de Gasperi do it? Here he is into buoy 1. He turns. Oh, a big turn at buoy 1. Keeps it there. Good angle at 2. He's here at 3. Gets the ski around. He's going to have a crack at 4.
Oh!
He has. The Italian has taken the lead. But Glenn, the score is going to be 3.5. 3.5.
Wow. Massive stuff from T-Gas. That is sensational from the old master of the field. 3.5 on the 10.75 metre line to take the lead off the Aussie. Lucas Cornell breaks Australia's hearts, of course. The 30-year wait for Australian victory will at least now become 31 years. This is sensational skiing. I didn't think he was going to get the 4 here, but big old lean across.
Wow, great work from Thomas de Gasperi, your new leader in the men's slalom final. 1 ski to come. That means, though, Glenn, no matter what, Team Nautique is going to be on top. Of course, Nautique signing Thomas a couple of months ago. Can it be another win for Thomas here at Moomba? Gets the inside. There you go. And the official score coming through at 3.5.
Oh, that's great skiing.
Which, funnily enough, is the same score that we saw from Charlie Ross yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, not yesterday. Saturday.
Saturday, yeah. Big opportunity here for Charlie. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I reckon before Charlie left Orlando, if you had said to him, if you can get 4 at 10.75, you're going to be the MOOMBA Masters champion, he would have taken that. He would have been pretty happy with that score. Okay, here we go now. This is Charlie Ross. He's going to start on the 13-metre line. Thomas de Gasperi leads with 3.5 at 10.75. Lucas Cornell has 3. Freddie Winter has 2. That's our top 3 at the moment. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Here he comes in front of the crowd. The new leader at the MOOMBA Masters, Thomas de Gasperi of Italy. What a sensation he is. Magnificent slalom skiing. Back on the water, here's Charlie Ross. This is 13-metre line to start. Young Canadian skier out of the Isles of Lake Hancock in the greater Orlando area, and he runs that 13-metre pass, no problems at all. We have got a magnificent slalom final on our hands. Aussie hearts have been broken, of course, with Lucas Cornell looking like a 2nd or a 3rd spot, but still huge congratulations to Thomas de Gasperi for that lead, and of course a big opportunity here for Charlie Ross, this young superstar, to have a massive victory here at Moomba. Okay. Charlie Ross will be back in on the 12-metre line. We're going to join Jared soon. He's just headed down to the dock to do some interviews, but we'll hear from him soon. But Charlie Ross, 12-metre line now. 35 off from the city end. Wind just starting to pick up a little bit here, blustering around. Nothing too drastic though. And here he comes now. Charlie Ross out of Canada via the US. 12-metre line, 35 off. Round 1, boy goes. 2, looks across the 3. He's got 3. Looking on time and early here on the 12-metre. Early as you like here for 5 ball. and runs that pass really comfortably on the 12-metre line.
Yeah, Glenn, nice looking pass there for Charlie Ross. He's going to come back on the 11.25. Thomas, down here on the start, Doc Thomas. You've got a nervous wait now to see if you're going to be the MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion. You don't think it's enough, is that true?
Yeah, no, when I woke up this morning, I thought, you know, with Freddie, Charlie, and all the other boys, Joel, and everybody else, I thought we got to run 39, but conditions are not easy, and the Yara can swallow you. So it's, I can do out there, I just cannot sit here and wait. So Charlie's a great skier. He's killing it this year and last year. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be with Nautique here. I love Australia. I love this country. I love these people. I love this tournament. And for me, it's always a pleasure to come back.
Well, don't go anywhere because we could be naming you the MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion. Still, Charlie Ross needs to get through this 11.25 metre line, Glenn. Conditions looking pretty good. It actually is quite windy down here on the start, Doc.
There's a bit of wind funneling down there, isn't it? So you've sort of got tailwind and tail current, although the current's not too bad. I think the biggest concern still is the washback. The river's still very high. There was quite a high tide this morning. A little bit of rain overnight added water to the river system here on the Yarra, and it's made it a little bit movie. But this will be tough. Doesn't matter how good Charlie Ross is. 11.25 from that Swan Street Bridge end will be tough. We wish him the best. Shouldn't be too long, and we'll have Charlie Ross from Canada on the course. A lot of youngsters in this final, and he's one of them, of course. Here he comes now, Charlie. 11.25 metre, 38 off. Round one he goes. Good start on one. Nice and early on two. Beautiful two ball. He's getting it done at the moment. Round three, looks the goods. Heads to four. He's got four. Looking really good as Charlie Ross. Round five, breaks forward a little, but he's going to get to six. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Beautiful pass here on the 11.25 metre line for Charlie Ross.
Yeah, that's how you run the 11.25, Glenn. Great work from Charlie. He now comes down to this. Melbourne, if you haven't already got yourselves a spot on the banks of the Yarra to watch this, this is the final stages of this men's slalom final. Standing here with Thomas de Gasperi. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Italy or will it be Canada, Glenn? Only time will tell.
Well, he skied 3.5, didn't he, in the round on Saturday, the qualifying round. He was easily the best of the skiers in qualifying. He needs 3.5. Well, he needs 4. If he gets 3.5, it'll be a run-off. If he gets 4, he wins it. It's a big ask, though. It's not easy out there. That magnificent GM Marine powered Nautic towboat will be on course. Micro tuners will be activated for Nautic team skier Charlie Ross. As Jared mentioned, it will be one or the other. Either way, it's going to be a Nautic team skier that wins MOOMBA. You can cut the tension with a knife at the moment here on the banks of the Yarra. Here he comes, folks, Charlie Ross. 10.75 metre line he needs. 4 boys to win the MOOMBA Masters title. Would be his first. Round 1, not a bad start. Cross to 2. He's out of 2. He's looking good. Round 3. Oh, this is beautiful stuff from Charlie Ross. Round 4, he'll stand up, and he is the MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion. Unbelievable stuff from the youngster. Never looked like having any problems out there. Magnificent skiing from Canadian Charlie Ross, the youngster. Takes the win at MOOMBA for 2025. Well, he'll be as happy as can be, I'm sure. We'll get Jared Ferraro to talk to him. What a great men's slalom final. Slalom final dominated by the youngsters, you'd have to say. Obviously, Thomas de Gasperi put up a magnificent performance, but that is sensational when a Charlie's very first big pro wins, and they don't get much bigger than the MOOMBA Masters, so this is going to change his life forever. Won't be long, folks, and we'll have, it's been confirmed, 4 is the score, confirmed. Charlie Ross is your MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion. And Jared, I'm pretty sure, is down there on the pickup boat with a very, very happy Charlie Ross.
Wow, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, what a performance out here on the Yarra. We have got the super talent Charlie Ross here. Charlie, Thomas stepped it out to you, put out there 3.5 on the 10.75. You calmed your nerves down, you did what you needed to do, and you are now the 2025 men's slalom champion here at the MOOMBA Masters. How has that got to feel?
This is the best feeling I've ever felt. I wanted to win this tournament for so long and had a couple bad goes of it, but kept training and knew a couple hard winners, and we got it. And congrats to T-Guys, congrats to everyone. They skied amazing. It was rolly out there, but that was fun. Thank you, guys.
It looked like it was pretty tough. Thomas said the same thing. It wasn't easy on that 10.75, but you did what you needed to do. What was going through your head as you're coming through around sort of the bend, city behind you, coming into this arena? What was sort of going through your head? Did you think you're going to take it easy, or were you just going for it?
No, I was just thinking go like normal and put faith in yourself. Came out of 1 and I was like, okay, we're going here. 2 was pretty good, and then I was like, okay, like go easy at 3, and we got it. I'm so happy right now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you everyone who organized this event. Thank you, Coach Mark. Thank you, Bergs. Thank you, my dad. Thank you, my family. So happy.
We spoke yesterday in the boat. Being the top seed puts a little bit of pressure. It takes a little bit of pressure off because you know the score that you need to be. You kind of S-turn 4 ball, which is good. How good is it being a part of the Nautique family and then able to get out there behind the boat here at the first major tournament of the world, of the year, and be able to do that?
It's everything. I mean, Nautique's belief in me, what they've said to me, it's changed my life. It's something I always wanted to be a part of, and it means the world. You can't really compete without Nautique behind your back. Thank you, Nautique. Thank you, D3. Thank you, Masterline. Thank you, Winter Garden Waterski. Thank you, Rollins. But huge thank you to Nautique. It wouldn't be the same without them.
What's the plan from here? Of course, now you are qualified for the US Masters. Going to feel pretty good at that one too. We'll head over to Callaway Gardens in Georgia.
Go for 3 checks this year. Let's go for the majors. That's the plan.
Go for all the majors, yeah? Got World Championships as well. You must be pretty excited about that one.
I'm really excited. Never been to Italy. I'm excited about it, and U21 Worlds as well. It's going to be a fun year, and let's just keep skiing. It's the most fun I'm having right now. So,
well, you started in the best way possible. You are the 2025 MOOMBA Masters Men's Slalom Champion. You want to throw me in on it? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Charlie Ross from Canada.
Congratulations, Charlie. What a great MOOMBA Men's Slalom final. Well, we've got next big event coming up is, of course, the men's wakeboard final. That will be at 2:10 local time. It is currently 1:40, so half an hour away for the men's wakeboard final. Looks like we've got a little bit of entertainment coming up for you in the meantime.